Hi, this is Tim at the bakery. The cookies that you ordered should be delivered by now. The list of ingredients are included. Make sure that you read them carefully.
Hello, it's Mark from Miami Drop-Off. Looks like you missed your delivery last night. Please drop it off at Southwest 107th Place. Our clients will not tolerate further delays.
This is Thomas from the Methadone Clinic. We've scheduled a short meeting for you tonight. We're at Northwest 184th Street, Apartment 105. And, don't worry. Your discretion is of importance to our clients.
Good evening. This is Blake speaking. We have a job for you. There's a power outage over on 24th Northeast Street. We want you to take care of it. We already sent someone over a while ago, but it seems he didn't do a very good job. Head over there right away. They're expecting you. Keep it quick and clean.
Hi, it's Ben from Miami Funeral Parlor. I'm just calling to tell you we have the tombstone order done, ready to be delivered. With a little luck, you should be getting it before the weekend.
Editing, Hangout, go!
That's what it comes down to. And so they have to figure out the reason why it's not their fault, right? So she says, I had a childhood experience with the series, not really an adult.
Off to a good start.
She assumed things about the generally
So I did yesterday, but I got a lot of work to do.
Welcome to Culturescape, the show that interviews the geek creators and influencers that built nerd culture. I'm your host, Pete Pischke. Joining us today is none other than John Della Rose, a renowned figure in the independent comic book movement known as Comicsgate. John is also a prolific and award-winning author and longtime conservative journalist. Not just content with the written word, John also brings his creative flair to YouTube, where he shares his passion for comics and cultural commentary. From his early days in the media landscape at the 2010s to his current endeavors in comics, John has carved out a unique space for himself. In this conversation, we'll explore the trajectory of his career, dissect the often absurd state of conservative news media, and delve into the challenges and triumphs of building a brand and media business against all the odds. John, of course, is coming to us not long after debuting his excellent interview with the elusive comic book titan Todd McFarlane, and I'm excited to have him with us here today. Welcome, John.
Thanks, Pete. I know I've been meaning to come to the channel for a long time, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that you are here. We've been friends for a few years now, and whenever I check my YouTube tab and channels that your viewers are watching, that John has got. And I was asking, like, is it Gail Simone? And they're like, no, it's Todd McFarlane. That's crazy.
I had the reason I don't actually even advertise my guests anymore until I do the interview proper is about 2 years ago. I had former Spider-Man writer J.M. DeMatteis set to come on the channel, and I advertised it, and within a couple of hours of my advertising it, I get an email from the guy being like, oh, sorry, my schedule's not working out. And it's like, well, can we schedule another time? Oh, no, I'm booked for, and I'm like, you're kind of a retired writer. I'm pretty sure you're not booked. But what I know happens 100% of the time is people concern troll these folk. It even happened with Todd McFarlane. I got people tagging him going, do you know you're, interviewing with an alt-right Nazi, blah, 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 and, fortunately he doesn't care, but a lot of people in the comic book industry are so scared. I call it a culture of fear in that.
You can see this is what it's all about. All they care about is this gender stuff, is this race stuff. And they are trying to gaslight fans all the way around, and it's not working. Nobody's watching it. As much as they say it's success, it's 100% not. Nobody is watching the show. It is one of the lowest rated Star Wars ever, if not the lowest rated Star Wars ever. It's trending lower than Doctor Who, as I said in the last episode, which again nobody's watching. And they're spinning. The media is spinning so hard right now, they don't even know what to do with themselves. All right, leave a comment down below with what you think about this. Hit the like and subscribe button. Make sure to grab the link to the Kickstarter in the description below and hit the notify me on that. I'll be back soon.
Oh, there's a JDA video on the television.
That industry because they've got a whisper network that runs around, and if you talk to the wrong people or don't promote the right people in that said whisper network, you're gonna not have jobs, and there's too many people who are aware of this, and so it's very, very easy to freak these people out of even just talking. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, that is very true. That's been my experience throughout my career also. Entertainment people, media people, comic book people who are like even more niche than just typical entertainment media people, very skittish, very much going along with the herd. It doesn't take much to spook them or just to be out of the realm of normal. And so I've had that experience where you set up interviews or talking with people, then maybe they check your YouTube or something you've done, or someone just says, oh, that bad person, we get along, we're friends, we're buddies. And then someone hears about it, like, yeah. Now, I wouldn't have heard a mayfly, but...
which is really...
Now, I wouldn't have heard a mayfly.
Because it was just a news promo. It was just a news promo.
Yeah.
And it's
now I wouldn't have heard a mayfly, but I mean, just the thought that I might have heard a mayfly is enough to scare some of these people. So it can be ridiculous. I agree, but I mean, what are you gonna do?
Chop.
Then you normalize the censorship. You normalize the concept that there needs to be some people out there which have the authority to decide what is real and what isn't. So no person in my life that I know of has the ability of knowing the truth from fiction 100% of the time. But apparently there must be some people out there, usually
But I mean, what are you gonna do?
that do have this ability.
I don't know, just not advertise the interviews in advance is what I do.
through a process that is
Yeah.
unknown to the
It's interesting. I was getting ready for this interview. I watched a 5-year-old interview you had with Nick Rekieta right before Nick Rekieta went
It's
really big.
Rekieta.
So they
Oh man, maybe I should plug in an image of Nick Rekieta. He's been in the news. He's been in the news a lot lately.
Right before Nick Ricardo went really big.
I know what to do. I'll put in Nick wearing the Sonic Chew medallion. Nick Ricardo. Oh, now I'm spelling it. Sonic Chew.
Him as a content creator, if you can call him like this, it's actually his job to get eyeballs, right? Like, would that interview get eyeballs? And the answer is yes. That would be profitable for him. Not just the audience would be able to look at the interview, but also the mainstream media would be able to report on it.
This will only take a second. I've already found an image. Where is the folder? Oh, desktop. Culture Scape. Oh, there it is.
For the free and just society of America. So they need to activate non-freedom ways in order to stop it from spreading. And the
Are you fucking kidding me?
Now, I don't know how it works, right? Usually, these American shows that happen in a studio, they have like these panels that light up and say,
What's up, Old Torf?
They light up and they say, who?
Yeah, there is video of Riley getting arrested. It's on the ASC Presents YouTube channel. They did the whole live stream of them in front of Eric July's gay-ass meetup. Yeah, man, Eric July's such a punk bitch. What an absolute twat. I was surprised they arrested him. It seemed like he was talking to a cop for like half hour, and it was like not even that big of a deal. I don't understand how it escalated like that. Yeah, fuck Eric July. Can't believe I used to be subbed to that and watch that retard's videos every now and then.
It's interesting.
But
I was getting ready for this interview.
Fuck him. Fuck him.
Whack.
That's right. It's whack.
You stupid!
Yep. That's Eric July.
Oh, hey, fuck you.
To Eric July, not you, Old Torf. Yeah, he just... And it's so funny because none didn't even really need to happen, but he just kept digging himself.
It's interesting. I was getting ready for this interview. I watched a 5-year-old interview you had with Nick Ricardo. Nick Ricardo had with
that should also rise him to fame. I mean, being able to interview one of America's presidents is something that very few people can do. But it's also the audience that suffers. And even if you're a leftist, you suffer from this. Like, what if Donald Trump would have gone on this interview and he would have said something monumentally stupid? Or he would have done something that is incredibly outrageous to the point that it would
Nick Ricardo. Right before Nick Ricardo
to actually go and vote. We will never know, right? So both
went really big.
People and left-wing people are affected by the censorship, but there is no outrage. I mean, the outrage is a little bit of a buzz. It's like, oh, wow, unacceptable, blah, 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 blah. And then people just go on with their day, which is why you get more censorship.
It's interesting. I was getting...
R.I.P. Nick. I feel so bad for him. He got pinched with all that fucking blow. I don't think he won't do jail time, but he's going to be on probation for years. It's going to cost him probably like $1 million to defend himself.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I was getting ready for this interview. I watched a 5-year-old interview you had with Nick Ricardo right before Nick Ricardo went really big. So the interview will probably only have like...
Do you like that touch? Should I leave it in the episode?
Agreed, but I mean, what are you gonna do?
I don't know. Just not advertise the interviews in advance is what I do. Yeah.
It's interesting. I was getting ready for this interview. I watched a 5-year-old interview you had with Nick Rekieta right before Nick Rekieta went really big. So the interview probably only has like 2,000-3,000 views. But it's so interesting watching that and then everything going down now with Nick. I thought that was that was really. I think that's kind of fascinating, kind of sad. I don't know.
Yeah,
Where are you on the
really,
Rekieta stuff?
To me, Nick always.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Where are you on the
really,
Rekieta stuff?
Okay, so we're...
I don't know.
Yeah,
Where are you?
Gonna cut Pete. Oh, what's this?
I'll see you guys there. Take care.
I'm gonna cut Pete's audio here so they do not collide.
When Sony unveiled their upcoming 5v5 shooter,
And
hardcore people were absolutely destroying it over the fact that it looks like an Overwatch knockoff. They had pronouns in the characters' bios, in the trailers, and we also found out that some of the developers who are working on this project have attacked white people in the past simply for existing, but now we have the media trying their very best to damage control.
I was getting ready for this interview. I watched a 5-year-old interview you had with Nick Rekieta.
I just want to see
right
it again.
before Nick Rekieta went really big. So the interview probably only has like 2,000-3,000 views. But it's so interesting watching that and then everything going down now with Nick. I thought that was that was really. I think that's kind of fascinating, kind of sad. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really to me. Nick always supported.
I'm gonna take out the I don't know.
Now, right off the bat, I'd like to show the massive ratio
Fascinating, kind of sad.
gameplay trailer has on YouTube. 385,000 views, sitting at 5.
Kind of fascinating, kind of sad.
Yeah, it's really to me. Nick always supported. The people who are kind of on the alternate side.
Why do I look fucking green? Why do I look... Is it because of... I have nothing but white light shining on me, and I look like I have fucking jaundice. Is my skin yellow? No, it's not. I just looked in a mirror.
Always was kind of going counter-narrative towards the mainstream media. And so he was an easy ally early on, and it was always like just nice to talk to him. He actually has a little interest.
Oh, in the Twitch monitor I look normal, but on my... Oh wait, now I'm white again. No, now I'm yellow again. What? There's no lights changing. I don't even have the fucking lasers. Oh, it's because of the purple lights up top.
They are digging themselves deeper into irrelevancy by posting garbage like this, because it just proves to people like you and me that they don't know what people want in video games. What they think looks great really doesn't. And of course, when this game finally launches, we know for a fact that they are going to attack us saying we're closed-minded, we're, racists or bigots or some istinophobe, simply to continue to try to defend it because they already are.
There we go. Now it's cooler.
The FPS like everyone else, forgetting a state of play stream was happening, tuning in 15 minutes late, then rewinding to the beginning thanks to the magic of modern live streaming. Hey, I am on time live streaming.
It's still happening. I don't fucking know.
Okay, if you ever talk to him about that.
I don't know why it's so hard.
And I don't know exactly the specifics of what happened, but as a person who is running counter narrative, I know that you pretty much have to run squeaky clean because there's forces out there that are trying to destroy you on every level, and some of them are very intentional, like the people
Okay.
in the comic book industry.
I found my first poll for the intro.
Person who is running counter narrative, I know that you pretty much have to run squeaky clean because there's forces out there that are trying to destroy you
Dark
on every
forces.
level, and some of them are very intentional, like the people in the comic book industry. And I also believe that there's demonic forces out there that are absolutely trying to push people and tempt people into just horrible things.
And then the hocus pocus. You're interviewing a conversation between two Christian boys, one John JDA being a Catholic, I believe, and my boy Pete being a Latter-day Saint, formerly known as Mormon,
in order to just bring down the whole of Christendom and things like that.
And the Drunken Atheist Studio is putting it all together.
That. And so, it's easy to get tempted. It's easy to have problems. And clearly, just like watching some of the clips, I mean, you could tell that he's struggling with at least some form of addiction. And, I hope he gets better. And that's, he's always been a very pretty stalwart ally in all of this. And I find it more sad than funny. I know a lot of people are out there, kind of milking that controversy right now. But
space with a game that takes Overwatch's DNA and splices it with Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't play this kind of game, but
I've intentionally chosen not to, even though it would give me super chats and make me a ton of money.
Galaxy meets Overwatch is a really good pitch. No, it's not, because these are video games themselves. If I wanted to play
I'm just not doing it.
I'd go play Guardians of the Galaxy. If I wanted to play Overwatch, newsflash, I'm gonna save myself $40 and go play Overwatch. It says, though, the overtones are so heavy because the Concord segment of the State of Play began with a lengthy CG trailer with really high production value.
I find it more sad.
John, is any of the other two people watching, are you familiar with this gentleman, JDA?
They might look flashy, but I am not buying a movie. I am buying
John Delarose.
Show me one ability from every single character. Tell me why
I watch him, but his hardcore Catholicism gets on my nerves sometimes.
I've been funny, I know.
I was raised Catholic myself, but he seems like way more hardcore into the, like when I was growing up, like gay people were never really brought up. It was not really a thing that because I was in all the Catholic shit. I had to go to Sunday school, CCD or whatever it's called, for 8 years, and never talked about homosexuality. I don't think abortion was ever brought up. Like, I remember one time I was in church, and the priest said to support Bush because he's against abortion, and I'm just like, fuck that. I'm not even against abortion.
A lot of people are out there, kind of milking.
And it's just for him to tell like a room of people, you should only worry about this abortion stuff, even though the president and Dick Cheney are committing war crimes. It's like, what the fuck?
That controversy right now, but I've intentionally chosen not to, even though it would give me super chats and make that controversy right now. But I've intentionally chosen not to, even though it would give me super chats and make me a ton of money. I'm just not doing it.
Thinking about taking out that little part with
not
Pete.
leaking all the DMs.
Yeah, let's see how it looks like without that, because he kind of steamrolls over JDA.
Bad than funny. I know a lot of people are out there, kind of milking that controversy right now, but I've intentionally chosen not to, even though it would give me super chats and make me a ton of money. I'm just not doing it in this instance.
I mean, you could say the same about any single issue with any group of people. Yeah, that's exactly true. If you're only worried about one little issue, especially one that's not going to affect you personally, I don't think I think you need to widen your scope and learn about things that are happening that might affect you. There's probably some more important issues out there than trying to force women to have children.
I'm just not doing it in this instance.
Not leaking all the DMs you've had with Nick. Not like, oh, I've seen a lot of people who are
absolutely shill for this game. Doesn't make me
seen a lot of people who are very
more worried about it because they're already running damage control because
with
the
Nick,
trailer
not
is getting
like,
so
oh, you
overly
know,
popular.
I've seen a lot
Right.
of people who are very much holier than thou about this. I giggle a little bit, but that's, you know, this is just how people are. They pretend or they do like.
So many fucking snakes with the Ricada thing too. There's so many backstabbing cunts out there. Like all these people that were his friends 2 minutes ago, like that fucking Yellow Flash motherfucker.
You when you're popular, when it's easy to like you, but as soon as things change or something happens, I mean, now you're the lolcow. Now,
I can't wait to watch that twat's YouTube channel fade into obscurity. It's not, I mean, no YouTuber is long for this world, but especially him putting out his boring videos saying the same thing over and over and over and over again about fucking Disney movies. I like the idea for his comic book, but I don't know, man. I have no idea if his book's gonna be any good. It doesn't seem like it would be. I have not been given any indication that Yellow Flash possesses any talent whatsoever. And there's a lot of people who think they could just, oh, I could be a writer. It's like, can you? Can you be? I know that I can't. But some people, they really overestimate themselves. Yeah, so much drama, Ultor.
now we're going to make fun of you. People, you know, that's kind of the danger, and you know this very well because you've worked in various places in media. It's like when you're hot, you're beloved. When you're not, then you're just some loser, and it's sad. But in my experience, especially with media, that is more true than pretty much anything else.
So they said, I watched the whole Mint Salad and Riley stream, and I'm like, so what did they arrest him for? And Mint said it was for stalking, and I'm like, is that what the police said? Because I'm just like, I don't know if they can make that stick. And I heard that they're gonna keep him overnight to talk to a judge. And I'm like, what the fuck? What about I-bonds? Can't he just bond himself out? Does he really need to go to a fucking judge for that? It sucks that he's now tied up with court stuff in fucking Texas when he lives in Kentucky. So dumb. And you know, it's really funny because Mint and Riley, they talked with Alex Stein out front. I forget her name, but that one little person who's a comedian who's always on the Simpcast and stuff. Melanie Mack is friends with Mint Salad, and they're gonna arrest him for stalking. They were like taking pictures of people out front. It's so stupid. You know, I heard them saying in the live stream that he might be out by tomorrow, like talk to a judge tomorrow. Like, I'm not sure though.
Yeah, it's a weird clout game, and people.
I mean, how it makes Dallas look like a pretty bitch-made city. If they're gonna make arrest someone and accuse them of stalking just for shooting a YouTube video, and you know, they were harmless, completely harmless. The fact that he got arrest over that is ridiculous. Because I watched everything that they did while they were there. There's no reason that anyone needed to be arrested. The cops could have said, "Can you just like get the fuck out of here or something?" Yeah, Old Torf. Man, anytime I've gotten arrested, they'll either steal your money for bond, or they'll give you an I-bond, and they'll let you go. They'll bring you in, they'll process you, charge you with something, and then walk you outside and say, figure out how you're gonna get home. I haven't been arrested in like, I don't know, like 19 years though. And I've never been arrested in Texas. Only in DuPage County, Illinois, have I been arrested.
With media, that is more true than...
You never want to go to county for anything on the weekends. Dude, you never want to go to county. Jail's fucking dangerous, man. Dude, I just heard this story that, there was this news story about this guy who was mistakenly fingered for stealing from a sunglass hut. A guy in his 60s, African-American gentleman. And so they put him in county jail, and he got raped. And then it turns out, in jail, so not even prison, he was raped in a jail. Gang raped, I think. He was like pulled into a bathroom, a man in his 60s. And he didn't even do anything. And I'm just like, what a traumatic thing to happen to someone that you're a law-abiding citizen and all of a sudden you're gang raped in jail. And you didn't do shit. So yeah, jail's scary. Yeah, and if Riley gets hurt in jail over this dumb shit, people say, well, Riley shouldn't have messed around. And it's just like, no. No. Eric July shouldn't have messed around. Eric July shouldn't have been fucking around with people's money, false flagging people's accounts. Which that's not legal either. It's not an arrestable offense, but it's not fucking legal. To make false DMCA reports. Yeah. Yeah, weekend's a different story. More time for something bad to happen, Exactly.
I suppose Australia's censorship commissar. Now here's where the story gets funny. You might recall another video I did last month about Billboard Chris.
Pretty much anything else.
Yeah, it's a weird clout game, and people think that they can, climb those clout ladders by dunking on other people. I think it works in the short term maybe because it gets them a little bit of popularity, but long term, I never see that working so great. So I don't think it is an ugly aspect of media, but I just don't see the people who are just clamoring on this right now really gaining much long term out of it. They're just gonna have to find another target of the week to go at in a couple weeks when this news kind of settles down, and eventually you kind of run out of targets or you run out of friends, right?
Yeah, no, the truth. Well, I hope Nick is okay. I don't totally know what to think of the situation, but I hope that all works out. All right. You mentioned...
Hopefully... Shit, if he has to see a judge, I think they have to take him to county. At DuPage County, where I live, I've never been to county jail. I've only been in a police station. The few times I've been arrested, I've only been in a police station. They kept me in a holding cell. I was in and out for like 3 hours. Oh my God, they'd eat me alive in jail. It's like the most fear I ever have. I really don't want to get raped.
All right. You mentioned that you feel like there are demons amongst the culture, and in some ways I do agree with you. I've been reading a lot.
It really does give a lot of street cred to Riley and takes away and deletes a lot of street cred for young Ripper, who's like, pull up, so I can call the police on you. That fat bitch.
So, like many people with ADHD, I kind of go in phases, but I'm into. So right now I'm really into studying the paranormal, near-death experiences, like 2-year-olds claiming, that they used to be World War II veterans, all kinds of crazy stuff.
My brother had when he was really young, he had one of those things where he had a dream that he was shot in a war. Or he had a memory that he was. It's weird when kids do that shit. Getting arrested in Dallas or any big city in Texas is just like anywhere else in the country now. You get PR bonds, even for murder in most cases. Wow, and let right out. But the weekend is still a different story. He'll be fine. LL Ripa, by the way. Gangbanger, by the way. Yeah. Goodbye, Eric July, to whatever street cred you claim to have, Mr. I'm always talking tough. Pull up. I will beat somebody's ass for saying my shitty book is not good.
Part of me is like, when I see what's happened to the culture and some people I know, and I grew up in abuse. I've seen a lot of things, and like mental illness, addiction, a lot of these to explain it. But sometimes I do wonder. We both know Vito, who is agnostic atheist, and he doesn't believe in any of this stuff. Nothing, at least that he can prove that exists. And I know sometimes I'm just like, well, I don't know, because there's always that ounce in my head, like, hey, this doesn't totally make sense. There's something else going on here. So
I should put a picture of Vito right there.
I do wonder. We both know Vito.
Now, Julie, remember, that was posted by Senator Ralph Babbitt.
I should put Vito in this.
So if you've got beef, go after
I'll take from,
I'd actually love to see that. Anyway, if you want to do something about this lady,
I'll take it out of, Jesus Christ, look how many fucking folders I have to work. The Vito episode, I spent 25 hours on that, and I don't even think Vito watched it.
We are calling upon the Australian government to immediately remove Grant from her position as the E-Safety Commissioner.
Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. I'm sure there's going to be updates. There always is. I hope you enjoyed the video, Julie, and I'll see you in the next one.
Oh, Belle Delphine. I'll take something out of the Belle Delphine folder. Yes, I have it. The bathwater video. Jesus, why is it so loud? I don't need the audio. Let's just delete it. Have you ever watched Vito's Belle Delphine video? It is a solid, it's a really funny, like, it's a really good comedy video. It's got so much, fun stuff in it.
Crazy stuff.
It's very creative.
Part of me is like, when I see what's happened to the culture and some people I know, and I grew up in abuse. I've seen a lot of things. And like mental illness, addiction, a lot of these to explain it. But sometimes I do wonder.
Does Belle's sister do porn?
We both know Vito. To explain it. But sometimes I do wonder. We both know Vito, who is agnostic atheist.
I was actually, with JDA, I was on an episode of Vito's podcast with JDA once. Maybe we could watch that in a little bit, because I have it right here.
We both know Vito, who is agnostic atheist, and he doesn't believe in any of this stuff. Nothing. We both know Vito, who is agnostic atheist, and he doesn't believe in any of this stuff. Nothing, at least that he can prove that exists. And I know sometimes I'm just like, well,
if you have to take off and you want to watch it, let me know and I'll take a break. It's like 10 minutes long or something.
I don't know, because there's always that always ounce in my head, like, hey, this doesn't totally make sense. There's something else going on here. So I'm not.
There's way too many things that can't be
on here. So I'm not.
Especially when you take a step back and you look at especially Nintendo Directs, which Nintendo was obviously absent from this.
there's way too many things that can't be explained by just like the direct observable physical. It's kind of where science, with the COVID situation, people from time to time.
Vito's after doing that his episode of Culturescape and looking at all that stuff, I'm like, man, Vito's got a little something as a comedian that like not everyone thinks that way. Not everyone's creative in that way. He's a better editor than me. I see like the clips he makes for the Biggest Problem channel versus mine, and I'm like, shit, mine look really rough around the edges and his looks so professional. I need to learn how to be a little better than I am. I gotta freshen up this vodka beverage. One moment. Did you know I stopped drinking beer, old Torf? Now I'm just like mixing vodka and sparkling water. 1 second. Damn it. Dropping ice everywhere. This is what I use as mixers. It's pretty good. It's got no sugar in it, but it doesn't taste bad. Oh, the blackberry one? Nice. I haven't tried that one. I'll pick them up because they're like $1 a piece. They're always on sale at the grocery store. Yeah, and they're like $1. They say that they're $1.50, but they're always on sale, 10 for $10. And one bottle, it makes like 3-4 drinks. Oh, when I use the big cup, maybe not. But when I'm using the small single, like the smaller, I've started making doubles in the big cups just because I would drink the smaller cocktail plastic cups I'd be drinking them too fast. I'm like, this is such a pain in the ass. I keep on having to go back. I'm like, just make doubles in a big cup. It'll last you longer. But man, it tastes that's the lemon lime one. I think I've been liking the lemon lime one a lot, and because it just tastes like Sprite. I just filled the cup up with ice. I put 2.5 shots in there, and then fill it up with that, and it just tastes like I'm drinking a fucking Sprite. I do have to. This is a thing. When I'm drinking, I'm not drinking to get drunk. I'm drinking to build up to a buzz and then just maintain that and just chill. But drinking doubles, the vodka shots, consuming alcohol faster if I start sipping those too fast. And then I can't do all my activities.
He can prove that it exists. And I know sometimes I'm just like, well, I don't know, because there's always that ounce in my head, like, hey, this doesn't totally make sense. There's something else going on here.
Oh, I forgot to...
See, like, you know, with the COVID situation, how...
And I know sometimes I'm just like, well, I don't know, because there's always that ounce in my head, like, hey, this doesn't totally make sense. There's something else going on here. So I'm not.
There's way too many things that can't be explained by just like the direct observable physical. It's kind of where scientism, and that's where, you know, I've kind of, you know, checked the left on this in a long time, and that's their religion at this point. It's scientism. It's not science, because science is about performing experiments, but their scientism religion is this is all that exists, the here and now. It's a very like nihilistic kind of way to look at things, and on top of it, like, you know, you see, like, you know, with the COVID situation, how crazy people go on when it becomes sort of like a religious experience for them, and I think that aspect of our culture is just you know, almost worse than the whole clout media thing.
What JDA just said there, I'm basically sort of on board, because it seemed like in the 2010s that a lot of this definitely happened in the atheist community. People who had become atheists or are atheists, as soon as they escaped organized religion, theism, all of a sudden they just fell into the leftist cult where they have their own religious dogma, where you have to believe all of the dogma of the trans activism and all this other stuff. It's so multi-layered, and I'm just like, you're just you got away from Christianity or whatever, and then you fell directly into a cult where there's no critical thinking going on, and it's all groupthink, and you can't disagree or question anything or you're excommunicated. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? What are you people like? It's like Sheppel.
People get so programmed in that regard. But the supernatural, I mean, it's observably real. I mean, there's too many things that happen that are crazy. Like you probably have instances even in your life where somebody had cancer or something, and then miraculously it's gone and it's healed and nobody can explain it.
But this here,
these things happen on a regular basis.
This isn't very
Miracles
convincing
happen.
to me.
And the other aspect of it on the flip side is evil objectively exists. You can see it, and you can feel it. That feeling that you get when there's something just tangibly evil around. You know, sometimes you're walking.
Exactly, and I use the trans as an example of, okay, this is just like a new religion. They have their dogma, and you can't step out of line. That's why, and if you do, they'll try to destroy you. And that's why you see, like, J.K. Rowling. She hasn't said anything that wild about trans people. She said some rude things to some insane activists that are constantly saying nasty things to her. She's been rude, but she's been pretty logical about everything that she said revolving that. And they can't have that. Like, she has to be destroyed because she's like, no, we can't have a separate shelter for trans people. We need the trans people in the shelters with the women. We need the trans people in prison with biological women. And it's just like, why? And then I'll make the comparison here. When I was a young Catholic boy, I was an altar boy, by the way. Jesus. When I was this was around communion, and they're like, this is the little cracker, the little wafer. They're like, this is the flesh. This is flesh, and this wine is blood. And I'm just like, I remember I had this conversation with a nun. And I'm like, so these are like the symbols. This is supposed to represent flesh and blood. And this is me, that I think that you're a second grader or something when you take communion. And she like snapped at me. She's like, no, this is actual flesh. You have to believe this is actual flesh and this is actual blood. It's not a symbol for it. It's actually this. Trans women are real women. The cracker and the wine are flesh and blood. If you don't agree with that, you're gonna burn. If you don't think that trans women are actual the same as biological women, we're gonna burn you. And I mean, it's just these leftists, they remind me so much of growing up under Catholicism, and that's why I want nothing to fucking do with them. Fucking progressives, far lefties.
A street and it feels like a meth head or something like that, but it feels way worse than that. There's like an oppressive like force there, and that's where I think like the demonic like seeps into people from time to time.
I am not totally disagreeing. I do think that
Did I see the ghost again?
Time.
I am not totally
Oh! The ghost! I sent Pete a clip before the interview started, and I'm like, you have ghosts, man. And the ghost just appeared again. What is that? It's probably just light reflecting. I was so fucking high when I saw this ghost the first time. But look at that. You see right here? I sent the clip to Pete and said, I think you gotta call Ghostbusters, man. Look at what's happening. Look what's happening in the room next to you. It was in this exact spot, too. It's probably there's a window and a car drove past it and it's reflecting light or something. But that looks like a ghost, don't it?
You can feel it, that feeling that you get when there's something just tangibly evil around.
Oh my god, they're talking about evil and demonic stuff, and there's a ghost hiding behind Pete. All right, I'm going to drop my atheism right now, and I now believe in ghosts.
You know, sometimes you're walking across the street and it feels like a meth head or something like that, but it feels way worse than that. There's like an oppressive like force there. And that's where I think like the demonic like seeps into people from time to time.
I am not totally disagreeing. I do think that
it's just light reflecting.
Exists. I think sometimes there's maybe overextent to what evil is, but there's too many weird things, and there's too many people that end up doing really, really horrible things where, you know, the typical explanations don't quite fit. But that's not really where I wanted to take this conversation. I just thought that was a curious bit. So you're someone, you have been doing the conservative, independent, also media game way longer than I have, and you're much better at it in many ways. So I really want to get into that, but to lay the groundwork so people know who you are, how would you describe yourself, and then how did you get into all this? What is the origin story of JDA?
Sure, I was just writing comics and
I have to move that. JDA cut him off, and all right, so we're gonna have to do a little move here. So we're gonna do a clip, and we're gonna move over to John Delarose. So we're gonna clip, and we are gonna grab all of it. And we're going to highlight all of the stuff that I made clips to, and we're simply going to move it over just a pinch so that they do not collide.
Change paths or even like looked at things differently. That's the times changing more than anything else, and the fact that he.
Pete was really happy with the work I did. We had Adam Sessler on last week from G4, and he says that is his favorite interview he ever did. I guess he was a really big. What the fuck?
So okay. Maybe I should.
I'll just be here. So
that spiel
take
for a
however
second.
long you need.
Okay, hold on just a moment.
Oh, I'm gonna have to cut this part off.
Silent about it, and that's what was going on there. And I'm gonna have to pause now because guess who showed up? So.
John had contractors showing up at his house, so this interview stops a few times. And I'm here to cut around it. 1 second. Ha ha ha.
I'm not totally disagreeing. I do think that I think evil. You're someone you have been doing the conservative, independent, also media game way longer than I have, and you're much better at it in many ways. So I really want to get into that, but to lay the groundwork so people know who you are. How would you describe yourself, and then how did you get into all this? What is the origin story of JDA?
Sure, I was just writing comics and RPGs.
Sounds a little cut off right there.
All this. What is the origin story of JDA?
Sure, I was just writing comics and RPGs and helping out companies in card games, board games, and things like that with their lore, and writing novels too in science fiction. Just a big Star Trek fan all the way back, and I just kept doing it. Finally, I was coming out with my first novel, and I just posted on my personal Facebook wearing a Trump hat on election night, and I got a nasty email from my editor, just with this like wall of text saying, I'm never going to be published again, et cetera, if I don't, change my behavior. And I'm like, what the heck? And as that kind of came out, and she warned me, she said publishing is a very small world. And it turns out it's true. I mean, soon enough, I was like, this convention I'd been speaking at, even though I had 300 followers and wasn't really somebody. Now I have a novel out, and it's like a real thing. they stopped allowing me to come speak there. And it's like, well, wait a minute, what happened? What changed between this year and last year? I talked to somebody who worked for them. They said, well,
this is good. This is good for intro stuff because this is just completely unacceptable. I'm not a Trump supporter, but this shit, I mean, you could use the same argument. Like, Hillary Clinton's done a bunch of horrible things. Joe Biden's done a bunch of horrible things. Politicians are terrible fucking people. So to do this shit over who you're voting for, it's like, you know what else I noticed? Is they tried to, around the Trump times, they tried to make George Bush seem like this cute little old man. They're like, look at George Bush and Michelle Obama being all cutesy at this get-together stuff. And I'm just like, people I went to high school with are dead because of Bush Cheney. They joined the military, got sent to fucking Iraq, because I was a sophomore in high school when 9/11 happened. And so people I went to high school with are dead because of fucking George Bush. Nobody I know is dead because of Trump. So they're just like, if we're gonna make Trump the ultimate evil, we're gonna have to butter up the guy that got us into a 20-year war. We're gonna have to like make him look a little better, or else people are gonna say that. I don't think, because I don't think Trump is more evil than Bush. You know, I think Dick Cheney is. And if Trump goes to prison for paying off Stormy Daniels, and Dick Cheney and George Bush live out their days unscathed for starting a war based off of bullshit in Iraq, based off of complete fictional nonsense, that doesn't sit right with me. That just, that seems, even though I didn't vote for Trump, I'm not a Trump supporter, I'm just like, oh, so Bush and Cheney get no consequences for their action because they're insiders. They're they're in the system. But Trump, the outsider, like, people are going to notice that shit. People are going to... I mean, I'm a dummy, and I see that shit, and I'm just like, this doesn't seem right. But how many other people have a memory that reaches back 25 years?
What is the origin story of JDA?
Sure, I was just writing comics and RPGs and helping out companies in card games, board games, and things like that with their lore, and writing novels too in science fiction. Just a big Star Trek fan all the way back, and I just kept doing it. Finally, I was coming out with my first novel, and I just posted on my personal Facebook wearing a Trump hat on election night.
21. Bullied over politics.
And I got a nasty email from my editor, just with this like wall of text saying, I'm never going to be published again, et cetera, if I don't, change my behavior. And I'm like, what the heck? And as that kind of came out, and she warned me, she said publishing is a very small world. And it turns out it's true. I mean, soon enough, I was like, this convention I'd been speaking at, even though I had 300 followers and wasn't really somebody. Now I have a novel out and it's like a real thing. They stopped allowing me to come speak there. And it's like, well, wait a minute, what happened? What changed between this year and last year? I talked to somebody who worked for them. They said, well, they didn't like the Trump thing. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And so I was then I wrote a blog about, hey, we're supposed to be able to enjoy things like Star Trek, comics, whatever, together. We're supposed to come together, and this is our entertainment. We're supposed to just be able to have fun here. Let's leave this politics crap out of the conventions. And these giant science fiction blogs just jumped on this and like roasted me about it. And from there on out, I was kind of just backed into forcing, like, I guess, the political commentary. I've always been a, Christian conservative, like, my entire life too. So it's not like, it's not like I've changed paths or even like looked at things differently. I think, I probably wouldn't vote for George Bush now because George Bush is a leftist to me. But, that's the times changing more than anything else. And the fact that he did 9/11, of course.
Oh, that's good. You know what the thing, what's so great about Culturescape is that when you actually hear stories like this, even though, because I've thought that JDA, even though I watch him, I think he's kind of a dickhead sometimes. But then you hear about what these people have went through, and then you start to understand why they're kind of a prick sometimes. And hearing that just... did Pete get a big laugh out of that? He didn't laugh out loud. Yeah, it's like, hey, I may not agree with the things that you believe, but I kind of see where you're coming from now.
Me. But, that's the times changing more than anything else. And the fact that he did 9/11, of course. I probably, like, in terms of, like, what I wanted to do online and writing and all that, I really just want...
I don't understand why he thinks Bush is a leftist, though. I think, is that what he said? Like, how so? Does Bush come out and say... You never hear from Bush. The only time you hear from Bush is when they do a puff piece about him. He's like, he's painting pictures.
Wanted to just enjoy...
Who cares?
What I enjoyed and write my science fiction and comics, and this was kind of like I was forced down this path because I got just lambasted by big names in science fiction. John Scalzi, Kurt Busiek from Marvel Comics. Like, I mean, they were just coming.
Bush is a leftist? I'm all ears. Really? Like, how? I mean, I don't think about Bush. Oh, is it? Oh, well, what positions is he, like, a lefty? Well, Oltorf, a leftist, is also, at least what I perceive leftists as. Leftists are the people who are what I'm talking about with the religious dogma stuff, except the left-wing religious dogma. That's what I think leftists are. I think it's a derogatory term about someone who's not going to critically think, and they're just going to follow the party line no matter what. He's just a part of the uniparty like Obama. Oh, okay. Dick Cheney seems to get a lot more of the blame for all the ghoulish things that happened during the Bush presidency, and I think that Cheney has earned that. I think that he was a globalist warmonger. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. That's one thing you could say about Trump is we weren't getting involved in any, like, war shit when he was around. I think that he knew that would destroy... I think the thing about Trump is I think he cares about himself more than anything, and he doesn't want to do anything that's going to... even though he does stuff all the time that will fuck up his reputation. I think that he wants to fuck up his reputation on his own terms, and starting a embarrassing war that will be remembered forever is not something that he might want to be involved. I'm just talking right out my ass, though, but yeah. I mean, that doesn't sound far-fetched at all, that all of these people have been in politics for decades and decades. I mean, Biden, the Clintons, they've been there since way before I was born, and they're all part of the system that just wants to keep the war machine a-rolling. And that's why I love GWAR. They kill all politicians.
At me out of nowhere, and I'm like, what the heck's going on? Now, when in the middle of that storm happening, I wrote another blog, and I did a bunch of research for this one about Marvel Comics, and I went and I looked, I made a list of every Marvel Comics writer back in 2017 who worked for the company, and I went through every single one of their Twitter accounts, and every single one of their Twitter accounts was posting anti-Trump, anti-Christian stuff. It wasn't even, there was nobody who was even silent about it. And that's what was going on there. And I'm going to have to pause now because guess who showed up? And every single one of their Twitter accounts was posting anti-Trump, anti-Christian stuff. It wasn't even, there was nobody who was even silent about it. And that's what was going on there. And that's what was going on there.
All right, now we're going to have this awkward break.
And I'm going to have to pause now because guess who showed up? So,
okay. All right.
Maybe I should
I'll just be
redo
here,
the
so
end of that spiel
take
for a
however
second.
long you need.
Okay. Well, that's what was going on there. And I'm going to have to pause now because guess who showed up? So, maybe I should redo the end of that spiel for a second. Okay, hold on just a moment.
Okay. He'll remember. I'll be able to cut it back, right? It's only like a minute.
And he does get criticisms, but it's thoughtful, informed. And
I made a list of every Marvel Comics writer back in 2017. Nobody was even silent about it, and that's what was going on there. Okay, they're getting to work, but they might be making noise. So, was my dog barking pretty bad in that whole segment?
Pretty
cool.
good at cleaning up audio, so I think we'll be okay.
Okay, cool. So I'll just talk, and then when...
Oh yeah, Pete cleans up the audio.
Okay, they're getting to work, but they
Got
might
rid
be
of all
making
that dog
noise.
barking.
So, was my dog barking pretty bad in that whole segment?
I didn't hear it. I'm getting pretty
cool.
good at cleaning up audio, so I think we'll be okay.
Okay, cool. So I'll just talk, and then when they need me, I can bump out again real quick and come back. Sorry about the timing.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
So that Marvel
We'll work
Comics
it
was
out.
the last thing I said, and I found every single one of... Okay. Every single one of them was ranting about...
Wow, JDA picked up right where he left off.
We had 300 or 400 followers on Twitter.
so what do we get? We get the whatever you call the latest phase of Ghostbusters. It's called Ghostbusters Incorporated or something like that.
Okay, cool. So I'll just talk, and then when they need me, I can bump out again real quick and come back.
Hey,
Sorry
Pick the
about-
Kiwi, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Doing an editing stream. I'm behind. This episode is supposed to come out. Well, we're trying to release episodes every week, but I don't know. We're on a little bit of a delay, but yeah. Just basic editing. Just putting together this John De La Rose interview that Pete had on.
The timing.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
So that Marvel
We'll work
Comics
it
was
out.
the last thing I said, and I found every single one of... Okay.
JDA had contractors stopping by during this interview, so it adds some more things that I don't normally have to deal with, but it's not really a big deal.
Who worked for the company, and I went through every single one of their Twitter accounts, and every single one of their Twitter accounts was posting anti-Trump, anti-Christian stuff. It wasn't even... There was no...
Are you familiar with John De La Rose, Pick the Kiwi? Do you watch his YouTube channel?
Nobody who was even silent about it, and that's what was going on there. Some sort of negative light. Now, that blog got anti-Trump, anti-Christian stuff. It wasn't even... There was nobody who was even silent about it, and that's what was going on.
The entire stream, audio and videos not synced up? My stream? How bad is the sync? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'm just like, oh, fuck. How am I going to fix that?
There was nobody who was even silent about it, and that's what was going on there. Some sort of negative light. Now that blog got sort of negative light. Now negative light.
So I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna see what they say. And I watched it, and it was the most bland, formulaic, safe take on.
I feel something crawling on my hand, but there's nothing there. What the fuck? What the fuck?
There was nobody who was even silent about it, and that's what was going on there. Now,
how on your end did you cause an audio delay? That's weird. Twitch has been fucking up on me lately. And I've been stuck at 195 fucking followers on Twitch. I keep on going 195, 196, 197, 196, 195, 196, 197, when it fucking, and it's been like that for all year. I'm thinking about jumping over to Kick. Even though Twitch is the only platform that I've actually been paid money from. They gave me $50 and it only took 3 years to get there. No, I don't have a Kick. The only reason I don't is because I would have to pay Restream $20 a month just to multi-stream to a third platform. So they allow 2. They used to allow 3. I used to multi-stream to my Facebook page too, but then all of a sudden they changed the policy and like you only get 2 unless you pay us $20 a month. So that's, I would love to just be able to stream to Kick as well and see how that goes, but Rumble has free Restream now. There's a plugin for OBS to allow for multi-streaming. Hold the fuck up. Because I don't stream to my Rumble channel. You know, my Rumble channel stopped mirroring my shit a few months ago, and I don't know why. That website. Okay, so I'm going to write Restream. Maybe I'll just abandon Restream and use this OBS plugin. OBS plugin and Rumble Restream. Thanks for the tips, guys. I will I will start a Kick channel this upcoming week if I could figure this out. I'll ping you in Discord with a link if I could find it. Thank you, Pick the Kiwi. I'd really appreciate that. And Rumble free Restream. Okay. I'll look at that Rumble thing too. You know what pissing me off is how Google is so discriminatory towards Rumble. So it's just like, how am I supposed to grow a channel over at Rumble? I have like 10 Odyssey subscribers and like 14 Rumble subscribers, but now that my channel has stopped mirroring to Rumble, I don't know. I gotta fix some shit. I probably had to like change my stream key or something. I don't even know. The thing with Odyssey is I love the interface of that website, but it won't mirror videos that are over an hour long. And with me doing these live streams, every video I do, 90% of the videos I do are over an hour long.
Silent about it, and that's what was going on there. Now, that blog...
This works.
It wasn't even... There was nobody who was even silent about it, and that's what was going on there. Now, that blog got picked up by Bleeding Cool, Rich Johnson, who is a big comic book news sort of website, and he lambasted me, and he actually titled it, How Not to Get a Job at Marvel Comics. Well, in my blog where I was making fun of their political situation here, I posted at the bottom saying, hey, I noticed none of these guys are really diverse. They've all got the exact same opinions. If you want to hire somebody who's actually diverse, why don't you hire me, C.B. Cebulski, who's editor-in-chief of Marvel Comics? So I made a joke on it, and he took it like it was serious, and then used his post to lambast me. Again, I'm a nobody at this time. I maybe had 300 or 400 followers on Twitter, never really interacted with these people, so it's like, why is this like comic book news website like using my blog to like just totally destroy me? And that was actually the thing that got me the most heat ever. People from Bleeding
This is another thing for the intro.
Chief of Marvel Comics. So I made a joke on it, and he took it like it was serious, and then used his post to lambast me. Again, I'm a nobody at this time. I maybe had 300 or 400 followers on Twitter. Never really interacted with these people. So it's like, why is this like comic book news website like using my blog to like just totally destroy me? That blog got picked up by Bleeding Cool, Rich Johnson, who is a big comic book news sort of website, and he lambasted me, and he actually titled it "How Not to Get a Job at Marvel." He lambasted me.
2350. Bleeding Cool. I can't wait for all these dog shit Kotaku and Bleeding Cool and Daily Beast and Mary Sue. I can't wait for all of them to fucking fold. Just fucking repulsive outlets.
And he actually titled it
full of condescending fuckheads.
How Not to Get a Job at Marvel Comics. Well, in my blog where I was making fun of their political situation.
You have to be a real shithead to get me to I almost said supersize like Idiocracy. Sympathize with a hardcore Christian. That's how much of a shithead you have to be. Thank you, Pick the Kiwi. Kotaku, by the way, LMAO. What a fucking dump. You know, I come so much to actually being so close to actually being a fan of Alyssa Mercante, because I'm just like, oh, she's just trolling all of these emotional guys on Twitter who even I would think are kind of annoying. Welcome to Costco. I love you. You know what I just found out the other day? I thought I do this ride share thing on the side when I need to make some extra money. I'll do like food deliveries through an app, and they once gave me a free year of Costco, and I found that all I have to do is make a bunch of deliveries within a month and I'll get another year of Costco. Nope, no free year of Costco. And I'm not going to pay for a membership. All I would go to Costco for is to get bottled water, and I would get like a huge stack, almost as tall as me. 6-foot stack of water. Okay, so Bleeding Cool, I'm going to chop up this whole part.
I posted at the bottom saying, hey, I noticed none of these guys are really diverse. They've all got the... Ask me. Again, I'm a nobody at this time. I maybe had 300 or 400 followers on Twitter.
5-gallon jug. That's... Oh, do you have like a water cooler? BPA free? Shit, what are BPAs? $3 to refill? Oh, I see. What I am is I'm a purified water guy. Even though the purified water reverse osmosis, it strips out a lot of the minerals you're supposed to get out of water. I just one day, I opened a bottle of, this was seriously like 15 years ago. I opened a fresh bottle of Ice Mountain spring water, took a sip out of it, and I could just taste the bleach in it, because spring water is essentially tap water. And I could just taste the bleach in it. It tasted like it was filled up in a swimming pool. And I'm just like, no more spring water. Now I only drink purified water with everything boiled out of it. RO, yeah, it's RO water. What does RO stand for? Shit, I've watched so many documentaries on water. I'm surprised I don't know what you're talking about. I know I've heard BPAs too, but I don't know. Not a cooler, but an electric pump. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, it's reverse osmosis? Oh, duh. I'm such a fucking retard.
The Association for Retarded Citizens.
You are completely retarded.
That's me. Okay, yeah, maybe I should do that. I know my grocery store. I've never looked at that machine before and thought that this is for me. I should start doing that because those goddamn water bottles, they're just everywhere. Well, actually, I've cleaned up recently, but they fill up a garbage can. Now that I don't drink 30 cases of beer, I have to take out the trash far less. You know what I've also looked into? There's a water treatment place across from the pizza joint that I do some driving for. And I've thought about getting a reverse osmosis system attached to my kitchen sink. But the only thing, it's probably kind of expensive. And also, I just think that I would neglect it. There's probably stuff you're supposed to do to it. And I know that after maybe 8 months, it would start tasting a little off because I'm not doing something right. Like with the Brita filters, I would never... I'm just I think I'm waiting too long to change this thing out. Oh, BPA is like forever chemicals in plastic petroleum products. Yeah, you want to get rid of that. Do you know they're finding microplastics in men's testicles nowadays? It's terrible.
That's what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Despite what you were suddenly saying last week, or your fans are saying.
Yeah.
You do have the ear of the industry.
Never really interacted with these people, so it's why is this comic book news website using my blog to just totally destroy me? And that was actually the thing that got me the most heat ever. People from Bleeding Cool came over to my blog. They found my phone number. They found my email address. I was getting death threats. I was getting all sorts of weird messages about my children and things like that. It was wild. So at that point, that went mega viral because of him, and that's how the Federalists then contacted me and said, "Hey, you did pretty good work here. Would you come write for us?" And that's where I actually got into the journalism end of things.
Oh, Pete's written for the Federalists too.
Because the good stuff is really wacky and over the top, and they're just going. So that's what you can say.
Pick, I was about to ask you is wait, the plastic consumed by one person? But yeah, that does make sense. If the plastic consumed by the human population could make everyone a credit card, yeah.
Yeah, you were...
What was that noise?
That's where I actually got into the journalism end of things.
Yeah.
Pete, what was that?
That's where I actually got into the journalism end of things.
Yeah.
With the programs he uses to clean up the audio, they leave these weird anomalies, these weird audio anomalies.
Which come right for us, and that's where I actually got into the journalism end of things.
Yeah, you were writing for the Federalists till March 2019, which is the same time when I came on board. So.
Wow, we just missed each other. Wow, we just missed each other.
Yeah.
He's Hitler. And then you have to cherry pick micro segments of 3
Oh yeah.
over
Yeah.
Wow, we just missed each other.
evil all day long. You can just pick every 7th thing I say. And oh shit. He's so evil, everything he says.
Time when I came on board. So.
Wow, we just missed each other.
Have no idea what either of them said because they talked at the same time. Let's try cutting out Pete's audio. What is it?
Came on board, so.
Oh wow, we just missed each other.
Oh yeah. And I'm gonna shorten this.
Time when I came on board, so. Just when I came on board, so.
All right, we're gonna chop this off. cut that out. Let's see how this looks.
Which is the same time when I came on board. So,
oh wow, we just missed each other.
Yeah.
Look at that. You can't even tell. No one who watches this is going to be able to even friggin' tell. You hear about the Chicago mayor spending over $30K on haircuts? No. I did not hear that. Pick says, I'm a bit busy, so I have to head off early today, but have a great stream. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me, Pick. Always a pleasure, and I will be checking out what you sent me on Discord. Maybe I'll have a Kick channel up and running this upcoming week when I get a chance to do it. But thank you, and thanks for hanging out with me. Oltor, if I'm hearing... Oh, I just shared a horrible story on Facebook. That Actual Justice Warrior, my IRL friend who bought me a BLT when he got me on the guest list at the Better Discourse 2 conference put on by... I think that's put on by the people who run the Minds website. Actual Justice Warrior put out a video about something happened really close to me next to a movie theater that I used to frequent back in the day, right in the loop, or right in downtown where crime isn't supposed to really be crazy. Basically, there was a bunch of inner city youths who were all gathered around the AMC River East 21 movie theater. And there was this couple in their 40s who were just walking by, and they decided to play the knockout game, beating the fuck out of these two middle-aged people for no reason, pepper spraying the woman, stomping her, and she ended up having a miscarriage. And now they're talking about making a curfew of 8 o'clock for all minors. And I think they fucking should. It's the least they could do. That Mayor fucking Johnson is doing everything in his power to make the city as dangerous as it could possibly be. You know what else he's doing? He's removing all of the gunshot detection system. They're getting rid of the gunshot detective system that alerts the police when someone's shooting a fucking gun. I'm like, yeah, I guess Black Lives Matter. All those guns going off in black neighborhoods will now not be detected, and there's going to be a lot more victims because the people shooting the guns are going to get away with it a lot more often. And it's fucking disgusting. It's fucking disgusting what the past two mayors have done in Chicago, because, you know, I'm out in DuPage County. I'm out in the suburbs. I'm 17 miles away from the city. But now that shit is starting to spill into my county, because I'm right on the edge of Cook County and DuPage. So now all of a sudden there's high-speed car chases that make it in my neck of the woods, and modified handguns. There's machine gun fire in my very town. That's happened before. That happened like less than a year ago. They catch the guys. They catch the people in DuPage. And they don't get caught and released like they do in Cook County. But I'm like, I live close to a very, I'm very poor. But Ville Park is close to a very, very rich town full of mansions and gated communities called Oakbrook. And there's the Oakbrook Mall that has all the fancy stores and stuff. Now there's guns going off at the rich people mall. And I'm just like, God damn, this did not ever used to happen. But because they're fucking around so much in Chicago and Cook County in general, it's just like it's shitting up my area too. And
so, oh wow,
it's like these progressives are making me feel more conservative by the day. Yeah, rich people malls aren't safe anymore. Yeah. That's where I'd always go to see movies. I would go to the AMC there to see in the Dolby Cinema. And I'm just like, shit, there's fucking guns going off. People are getting into gunfights in the fucking Nordstrom or wherever.
And when I came on board,
stores that I can't afford to shop at, but there's all these punk-ass bitches with guns. Probably just stealing shit.
And when I came on board, so...
Oh, wow, we just missed each other.
Yeah. it's so crazy. You know, now I feel like in some ways we are getting past some of it, but going back to just post-Trump election, it was like so many people, it felt like to me, had their brains taken over, because it was all of a sudden everything is now political. You know, even though these communities were very niche and couldn't really afford to get political, if you were even saying things like, well, you know, let's keep politics separate from all this, you were the bad guy, right? You were the bad one. You're the one who
They would
should be
treat
ashamed.
that like that was some kind
You were the bad. You were the bad guy, right? You were the bad one. You're the one who
they would
should be
treat that
ashamed.
like that was some kind of dog whistle.
I think I might cut out this last part of Pete's audio.
You were the bad one. You're the one who should be ashamed. Even saying things like, well, you know, let's keep politics separate from all this. You were the bad guy, right?
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna cut that out.
You were the bad guy, right?
Graveyard thief, Professor Henry Jones Jr. No, I hate that. No, I'm Indiana Jones. That's the only way he's getting in and out of these countries. You know, do not let this guy into the country. And they show like this professor-looking guy. That's why he has to dress like he's from Treasure of the Sierra Madre. Like Indiana Jones is literally a disguise because his reputation as Professor Henry Jones Jr. is just trash. Internationally, it is trash. There's an idea right there. I think I've talked about my take on Indiana Jones. I think I might just wait until AI art is good because I don't know how much money I can make off of it.
Yes. It was nuts.
But we're talking about this. It's not that stuff you'll hear yet. But him is about it's the 70s. It's this guy around 60. He's going on a train trip and he runs into somebody he knew.
It was literally just that. And
that guy he knew during World War II has his granddaughter with him. And so the guy is like,
Let's see how it looks.
I told you so many stories about. And the girl's like, this is him? And what happens is,
If you were even saying things like, well, you know, let's keep politics separate from all this. You were the bad guy, right?
They would treat that like that was some kind of dog whistle, and
Yes.
it was nuts. You couldn't even say that, and that was again, that's what my blog said originally. So it's like I wasn't really like.
What the fuck? Did you see it? It's another ghost. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's probably just a shadow of the contractor who you could see his elbow pop in the frame, but. Can you even see it? JDA's camera moved too. That's spooky. You can see his camera twitched. I don't think anyone acknowledged that other ghost I pointed out earlier. I don't know. I don't know if Pick the Kiwi was here at the time.
If you were even saying things like, well, you know, let's keep politics separate from all this. You were the bad guy, right?
They would treat that like that was some kind of dog whistle, and
Yes.
it was nuts. You couldn't even say that, and that was again, that's what my blog said originally. So it's like I wasn't really like saying much in terms of anything, you know, substantive. It was literally just that, and that's what got me that negative attention.
I wonder if in a different.
All right, we are at hour and 38 minutes in. 420, let's go. Oh, yeah. All right. Old Torf, how about I take a break, because we are 1 hour and 39 minutes in, and we'll watch that Belle Delphine video by Vito, and I will burn one. Let me save. I haven't saved. I have so much more. Oh, at least this chunk of the interview. It's not going to be that long.
it's like the way I'm being gaslit. It is. I take it as 100% victory. It's I told this story before in Okinawa Camp Hansen one time. They had a training
You said you didn't see this, right? Well, let's watch it. I don't think I've smoked weed today. No, I haven't. I haven't smoked any. I haven't done any dabs. Yeah, his older sister is hotter and not a porn girl. Yeah, we did talk about that. Yeah. But let's watch this brilliant little comedy video by Vito. This like inspired me when I watched the whole thing to I'm just like, man, I should be doing creative shit like this. And I was watching, I'm like, okay, I know how he did this, I know how he did that, and I know I did this. There's no reason that I can't make comedy videos solo with the resources I have here. I got a fucking blue screen, shit like that. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna put some water in this.
Physically would have hit the tank and obliterate. You don't need a volley. Everybody in that tank is dead and it's destroyed. And the extreme emotional reactions I've been getting to my caustic criticism of critics, or perhaps I should say former critics, it doesn't make me think I've gone too far or wrong. It makes me feel like I hit the target on my first shot. Stop gaslighting me to myself. Stop saying myself. Nothing true. All those things.
Oh, yeah. At first I thought it was a little cringe how hard Vito and Dick were going after Eric. Now I totally get it. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, Eric July, he didn't have to change a damn thing about what he's doing. He didn't even have to make better comics. He just had to change how he reacted to people criticizing him, and this wouldn't have lasted and be a never-ending thing that's lasted over a year now. It's all his fault. It's all his fucking fault. If he didn't keep giving Dick and Vito and everyone else on the internet so much constant wave of ammunition to use against him, and just like jaw-dropping moments of what a clueless doofus he is, it would have gotten boring to talk about him, but he keeps on feeding the trolls.
Technically, it's not too stuffy in here, but I've talked for about 40 minutes. I'm getting really thirsty. 47 minutes. Wow. So I'm just going to stop this. Thanks for watching.
Hello there, Susu Sims and Crusaders. Our friends over at MXR Plays have had their entire YouTube demonetized. So if you love MXR, be sure to support them on their Patreon and check out Genie's new.
Do you watch MXR Plays? There's this really cute Asian couple who just like react to memes and stuff. YouTube has really got to cut it out with all the Asian hate they throw at these two completely wholesome young people. They've completely demonetized their channel over bullshit, and it's like, it's not an offensive channel. They react to Reddit pages and giggle at stuff, and they're constantly under fire. Yeah, MXR Plays. Support them. They're seem like very wholesome people.
I'm so stupid. I thought the voice was coming out of the horn.
Very wholesome people giggling at the same stuff that the rest of the internet is giggling at. For some reason, probably because they're so popular, they get singled out and shit all over. Lightsaber time. I'm gonna start playing this now.
Honestly, I bet you could just use like chopsticks.
I guess I'm gonna pause this.
Kind of like pick it up with chopsticks, like the extra long chopsticks. And
Pause. Not that I'm paying attention to anything that's on the television. I just like that it's making noise while I'm here so that I don't feel like I'm alone. Tricks me into thinking that I'm not sitting here by myself. Man, I woke up in this chair this afternoon before work, and I'm like, oh, I slept in the chair. My back has been so fucked. I feel weird. All right, lightsaber time. Oops. Oh, I forgot to press play.
It's your boy Vito here with a very special product review. Now, as many of you already know, I'm a huge fan of professional gamer girl Belle Delphine, and I honestly believe she's one of our generation's most talented artists.
Oh, let me make it bigger.
What's up, guys? It's your boy Vito here with a very special product review. Now, as many of you already know, I'm a huge fan of professional gamer girl Belle Delphine, and I honestly believe she's one of our generation's most talented artists. She continues to inspire me every day with her incredible fashions, unique sense of humor, and uncanny ability to make horrifying hentai faces. That's why when I heard Belle was bottling up her own filthy bathwater and selling it for $30 a jar, I knew I had to get some. Here it is, Belle Delphine's so-called gamer girl bathwater. What we have here is a powerful holy elixir, one blessed with the rarest of magics. In the right hands, it could be capable of great miracles, but in the wrong hands, I shudder to think of the destruction that might be delivered onto our world. Now, after posting on Twitter that I had obtained the sacred bathwater, I found that my pictures of me with the holy potion were quickly going viral. It seems that internet users were very interested in finding out what kind of person would purchase used bathwater. Let me just say that not all of the messages have been kind.
The goddess elixir has arrived. Full review too. Okay, thank you, high level sword.
I want those people to know that I have a very special message for them at the end of this video, so be sure to stick around after the credits. Now, the High Priestess herself has said that no one should drink of this wizard's potion, and I understand her caution. Any mortal fool enough to taste the juice of the temptress would surely have their body ripped apart by the raw magic contained within. However, I believe I have
I'll have
found a
to
way
check that old
imbibe
tour.
of this devil's poison without having my soul ripped in two. I'm gonna vape this bitch.
I just happen to have it downloaded on the computer.
youtube.com/Vito, because things are about to get weird. Did you just plug your own channel to brag about the fact you're gonna vape bathwater?
Here we have the Smoke Trinity Alpha 30-watt vape pod.
I hate those YouTubers who are just like, what? Oh, you're doing this? And this guy is like 40 years old and he's doing this and what? And it's just like, yeah, that's not very, the thing that you're flabbergasted about isn't that flabbergasting.
Newly purchased for usage in this holy ritual. Using an eyedropper, I will remove a trace amount of the goddess potion, gently transferring it to the containment chamber. Before I can begin this ritual, I must call my father, as I fear this may be the last time we ever speak. Hey, how's it going?
Going, I guess.
Yeah.
Great, not bad. What's going on with you?
Just hanging out, about to do a thing.
About to do a thing, huh?
Dad, I just want you to know something.
Go ahead, what?
I want you to know something.
What?
No matter what happens, I love you.
Why do you say that?
I want you to hear it.
You're not going to kill yourself, are you?
No, I'm not going to kill myself. I love you. I want you to know that.
I love you too.
All right.
Aww.
I'll talk to you. All right.
It's sad because his father has passed away since this. That's sweet that he got this on camera, though. That was cute.
Let's do this thing.
The Yada app, is that what Vito is selling? Selling his junk on? All of his video games that he's hoarding? Wow. Oh, okay.
Fuck! What the? Oh my god, I'm gonna be sick. What the fuck? Oh my god, dude. What is this chick bathing in? That's disgusting. Fuck. I don't know. I guess this video is a fucking failure because I don't feel shit. What? Del? Hello, my child. What? Who the hell are you? Calm down. It is me, the great Belle Delphine. No, you're not Belle Delphine, okay? You're some weird pervert version of me that should definitely not be wearing those jean shorts. You're right, I am you. But I'm also Belle Delphine. And soon, all of us will be. See, when you vaped the holy elixir, the barrier between the divine and mortal realms shattered. Now people can no longer maintain their individuality and are all joining together in one perfect organism, the eternal Delphine. Oh my god, I didn't know that was gonna happen. Oh god. You don't understand. See, when all of our souls collect as the great Delphine, there will be no more hate. There will be no more fear. Okay, but hold on a second. If we all unite into a singularity, what's going to happen to all of the thirsty nerds? Well, they'll all be a part of the Delphine as well. But see, that's the problem. If there's no thirsty nerds, what's the point in being Belle Delphine? There'll be no one to see our sexy photos or pay for our premium Snapchat. It'll just be us. All alone. Forever. You are the one who vaped away the walls of reality. Thus, the final decision must be up to you. Either allow humanity to evolve into this perfect state of gamer girl bliss, or return us to the cold, dark realm of man. Okay. I know what I have to do. Hey. Hey. So as far as I've been able to figure out, everybody else turned into red goo. I think me and you are supposed to repopulate the planet. I mean, how's that supposed to work? Oh, I have a vagina for some reason. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll ease into it, I guess. Yeah, this is a fucking nightmare. So, you think you made the right decision? I guess so. I don't know. I didn't know it was gonna be like this. What the fuck is this? Is that her head? This is fucked. Well, I don't know. I guess things could be worse. You know what? I think you might be right. I know I've let you down. I've been a fool to myself. I thought that I could live for no one else. But now, through all the hurt and pain, it's time for me to respect the ones you love mean more than anything. And so with sadness in my heart, I feel the best thing I can do is end it all and leave forever. What's done is done, it feels so bad. What once was happy, now is sad.
I almost used this song for the outro music of the Culturescape episode, but I'm like, nah, it doesn't fit. People would just be confused. Too many people would be confused.
I wish that I could turn back time, 'cause now the guilt is all mine. Can't live without the trust of those you love. I know you can't forget the past. You can't forget love and pride. Because of that, it's killing me inside.
I keep glancing at what I look like in the fucking monitor, and I just had these like, I'm just like, whoa. Shit. I housed this drink way too fast. This is hilarious too. Like Oh yeah, I just smoked for the first time of the day.
Anybody who thought this was real is retarded. Please like and subscribe.
It's like a perfect fucking video. It's great. And I don't think I watched it. I know that I had like watched it before, but I picked up on a lot more things that I didn't remember, at least from the last time. Oh fuck, are we frozen? Why? Why is my... Can you people hear me? Why the fuck is my camera frozen? I can see the mouse moving. So I'm not... God. I hope I didn't say anything crazy when I thought the stream was disconnected. Oh man, I hope I can fucking fix this. God damn it. No, I can't shake it back. Oh, maybe this will work. No, fuck! Alright, I didn't even touch a freaking camera. Ha! I fixed it. Look at that. Okay, so y'all heard everything I said. Yeah, it's a funny fucking video. It's great. Ugh. It makes me think that I could have gotten off my ass over, because I could have done that in cell phone game days too. I never use the blue screen anymore, but I used to have chroma keyed out backgrounds and stuff. I was doing that all through phone apps. I don't have any ideas though. Or my ideas are not all the way thought out, and I need to be able to think inside the box. Inside the box, the limitations. And I have trouble doing that. Not that I have a ton of ideas. I'm more of like an editor guy. 1 second. I keep dropping ice everywhere. Get my floor wet. Anyway, what were we talking about? Ugh. Ugh. We gotta stir it. Ugh. Why am I stirring it with this end? I specifically put one end off the fucking dresser so it wouldn't be laying on anything, but then I put the part that was laying in it because fucking shit. Okay. Back to work. What time is it? 4:45? Fuck me. Ah, that's actually not so bad. That's not so bad. Why can't I see? Oh, it's because I made this too big.
And that's what my blog said originally. They would treat that though like that was some kind of dog whistle, and
Yes.
it was nuts. You couldn't even say that, and that was again, that's what my blog said originally. So it's like I wasn't really like saying much in terms of anything, substantive. It was literally just that, and that's what got me that negative attention.
I wonder if in a different parallel universe, what JDA is doing there. Maybe you would have worked for Marvel. Maybe you'd be at some publishing firm right now. But you still have those 300
I can't
followers.
see the fucking thing.
Yeah, right, exactly. I know it ended up being a very interesting
Time
thing
out. Why is this? Why is it? What's the space? Why is this happening? I don't need this either. All right, I'm moving all of this. What am I doing? Fuck. Oh no. No.
Makes me so mad!
Okay, I just need to move it up. Up, not sideways.
And influencers that built nerd culture. I'm your...
Is it off? No, it's right on the dot. Okay, we're good. What was I doing? Oh, yeah.
JDA.
Vocal collisions. This is where I'm here to clean
is
up.
doing there. Maybe
Make
you
the
would have worked
conversation
for Marvel. Maybe
flow like butter.
At some publishing firm right now. But you still have those 300 followers.
Yeah, right, exactly.
All right, I'm going to cut out JDA saying...
Still have those 300 followers.
We don't need him saying, I think, you're out. Pete will finish his thought. No, I have to...
Within these mainstream industries, it's actually a really sad structure that they have.
I like to make sure the cut is right before Pete opens his mouth to talk.
I would love to just immediately jump.
Let me check these out. Yeah, goodbye. All audio anomalies. Ow. One time, oh, I think Pick the Kiwi was here when talking, or was it you, Oltor, for who said that they on Discord, when they are live on Discord, there's audio like anomalies is the word we're using. I hope I'm using that word correctly. But he said it too. Or you. I don't know if it was you or him. I can't remember. I think it was him. I'm betting myself $5 that it was him who said it. Okay.
Maybe you would have worked for Marvel. Maybe you'd be at some publishing firm right now. But you still have those 300 followers.
Yeah, right, exactly. I know it ended up being
okay, it wasn't a ghost.
Because I would join these professional organizations.
It's a guy.
There's a few different professional organizations. Like one was called Codex Writers, and they their requirement was like you had to have like 3 short story sales of 1 cent per word, which would end up like these. I did the math, and like you had to like have sold $500 worth of stuff to be considered a professional writer in that club, and most of those people only did sell short stories. And if I look back on some of the ones who actually got mad at me in that club and kind of lambasted me at that point, that's about all they made is a couple grand at this point. So I've made a full career and actually done better in just selling my comic books and my novels and actually my journalism stories too than 99% of these people who are actually just trying to score clout within these mainstream industries.
Haha, that's going in the intro.
9% of these novels and actually my journalism stories too, then 99% of these people.
Goddamn, when does this start? 26:52.
That's about all they made is a couple grand at this point. So I've made a full career.
I've made a full career.
And at this point, so
26:55. Let's call it. I made a career. Anybody in the chat remember how to write in cursive? Could be in other countries. Pick the Kiwis from. Not America. I don't think. Kiwi makes me think New Zealand, but I think he might be UK. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. I'm not trying to dox people. Nobody lives in any countries. Everyone's from Antarctica.
I've made a full career and actually done better in just...
Z is the gayest cursive letter. Wait a minute. I think I know. I think I remember. Z in cursive. Is that somebody's bit? Or is that something that is that just your personal opinion? Write a Z right now? I don't even know if my hand can do it. I'm so out of the cursive. I've completely forgot. Pretty much completely forgot how to do it. I could type better than I can cursive, and I was without a computer for fucking 13 years or some shit, 15 years. So I forgot how to type. Alright, I drew 2 Z's. I think they're lowercase though. Oh yeah. Uppercase Z in cursive. Why? What? Oh. It's basically the same. It's just angled differently. Oh, fuck. Why'd I close the book? I thought my work was done because I wrote down a Z. I still found my page. Okay.
Just selling my comic books and my novels and actually my journalism stories too, then 99% of these people who are actually just trying to score clout within these mainstream industries, it's actually a really sad structure that they have.
I would love to just immediately jump into Heather Ontos and Star Trek and all that, but I want to just touch, this is just for me. This is not for my audience. This is completely selfish on my part. I find your time in conservative media fascinating. In many ways, I mean, you still do write for PJ Media right now. That whole world is so interesting to me. You've told me before, you broke a lot of the stories. People like before he was the quartering Jeremy Hambley, back when everything was going on with Magic TCG.
He was the quartering then. The quartering was just a Magic the Gathering channel. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. You were the one that covered him, but that's not the only instance. There are several instances where people in conservative land or YouTube
I missed some chat.
Big.
Write a Z now. Nah, that's all me. LMAO. Okay, I will not steal your bit then. It's the one no one can remember. Remember that scene from Billy Madison? I have only seen Billy Madison in chunks in passing. I've never sat down. Do I own it? Let me see if I own it. No. I don't own Billy Madison, but I'm pretty sure I have Waterboy. There's something in the way of the W's on the VHSs. Yeah, so I didn't pick up the reference. It's what it makes you think of. Jesus, yeah. I could read more than one. I could read more than one comment at once. Can't I? I don't have to spin off on Billy Madison. Let me go check all my VHS tapes. Camera can't pick up me the camera can't pick up me lasers.
Yeah, before he was the quartering Jeremy Hambley, back when everything was going on. With Magic
Use
TCG.
the quartering then. The quartering was just a Magic the Gathering channel. Yes.
Okay.
Can't send a link. Can't send a link to what? What were we talking about? What are we talking about?
World is so interesting to me. Like you've told me before, like you broke a lot of the stories. You know, people like before he was the quartering Jeremy Hambley, back when everything was going on with Magic
Use
TCG.
the quartering then. The quartering was just a Magic the Gathering channel. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you were the one that covered him, but that's not the.
I could clean up this cut a little bit.
And then the quartering was just a Magic the Gathering channel. Yes.
Okay. Hambley, back when everything was going on with Magic
Use
TCG.
the quartering then. The quartering was just a Magic the Gathering channel. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you were the one that covered him, but that's not the.
He got you, Pete. JDA is the king of quartering knowledge.
The only...
He won.
It's just a Magic the Gathering channel. Yes.
Okay.
He almost does look smug in this shot. I know more about the quartering than you. I'm more up to date on the. Oh, okay. Oh, now I'm thinking now I'm sort of remembering. Maybe we'll watch that on my next break. We'll see how much steam I have left.
Everything was going on with Magic
Use
TCG.
the quartering then. The quartering was just a Magic the Gathering channel. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you were the one that covered him, but that's not the only instance. There are several instances where people in conservative land or YouTube got big after their I got canceled story, and you were usually the one covering them being canceled.
Yeah. Writing journalism stories on these topics. About people that my stories. You wrote the story. You or wrote the story. You just get, off into oblivion. They'd all call Richard C. Meyer, or
maybe that's my calling, using Adobe Premiere as a DJ instrument. I'm trying to put on a set like that.
just get, you know, my channel would probably be as big as theirs.
A lot of the stories, you know, people like before he was the quartering Jeremy Hambley, back when everything was going on with Magic
He was
TCG.
the quartering then. The quartering was just a Magic the Gathering channel. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. You were the one that covered him, but that's not the only instance. There are several instances
Baum,
where
baum?
people in
What does that
conservative land
mean?
or YouTube
Am I frozen
got
again?
big after their I got canceled story. And you were usually the
Oh,
one
yeah.
covering them being canceled.
Yeah, I regret it at this point. I always say, like, I made a big mistake. I tried to be in writing and to be writing journalism stories on these topics to like, be a little more serious, and because I really like the written word of journalism and written word in general. I think it's a valuable thing and something that we're obviously losing because video is really a dumber medium. No offense, people watching, but at that same point, like I'd write these stories, and my story for Jeremy about Jeremy Hambley, being banned in Magic, which kind of actually propelled him to the next level. I wrote that for Milo Yiannopoulos' and I did that, and I was just writing for there, and again with Richard C. Meyer of Diversity in Comics, a YouTuber also.
I never tried it.
Not quite as big as the quarter,
Sorry
of
if
course,
it's
but
too
he's
loud.
got 100,000, 200,000 subs, and he blew up because I wrote about him and how he was getting harassed by mainstream comics also.
Motherfuckers.
And so what I noticed back in 2017, 2018 was I was writing all these stories about people. That my stories would go viral, but nobody would look up the person who actually wrote the story or wrote the story. You just get off into oblivion. They'd all call Richard C. Meyer or Jeremy Hambley to go on their radio show and talk about their experiences based on what I was writing. And so it was like, they just got like a national radio tour.
Yo, what's this?
I wrote an article, and yet I'm still here, and nobody even knows like that I did this, and nobody would have come.
I am a robot.
Nobody in the conservative media landscape was bothering covering culture except for me at the time.
This is awesome. Maybe I should pay the $50 for this
really
thing.
Getting serious about YouTube in 2020, and that's where I kind of
This is amazing.
Evaluated my time and stuff, and I
This
just
one's supposed to be
grinded
clean
things
voice?
up from then.
That
It's a
actually
different
does
time
sound
at that
kind of
point
nice in my
because
ear.
YouTube isn't the Wild West anymore.
You could
There's
hear
so many
both
different cultural
out of the
commentators
mic,
already,
and
so it's like
this
it
is
took me a
through
while to build
desktop
things up.
audio, so
But I finally got to a point
probably
where it's
sounds
like
like
I've got
double
a,
voice.
a
Plus I'm
reasonable
talking
following.
over
I
JDA.
don't think I'm a big YouTuber yet by any means, but I've got a moderate following.
How long has he been
If I've
talking?
only been doing the kind of work.
Oh my
that
God!
I think my channel will probably be as big as theirs.
I've had that thought often myself, but then I think, well,
Should I pay
wouldn't know
$50
the
to that
things I know. I
program?
wouldn't have the certain experiences I have that maybe make it.
I
work
could
out.
get
But
real
that could be
annoying.
just
I didn't listen to anything he was saying. We gotta start over.
being canceled.
Yeah, I regret it at this point. I always say, like, I made a big mistake. I tried to be
I lost
writing
one of the people
and
here.
be writing journalism stories on these topics to like be a little more serious, and because I really like the written word of journalism and written word in general. I think it's a valuable thing and something that we're obviously losing because
I gotta listen closer.
I'm
definitely getting tired, and I'm definitely high for smoking for the first time today. I did a little one too.
I made a big mistake. I tried to be in writing and to be writing journalism stories on these topics to like be a little more serious.
Not help to do that right around sleepy
really
time.
like
I maybe
the
should have
written word of
waited till the
journalism
end, but
and
it
written word in
was
general.
420.
I think it's a valuable thing and something that we're obviously losing because video is really a dumber medium. No offense.
Oltorf, are you still here? And could you hear the voice change up thing? Did that come through? Or was I just making funny noises into the microphone? For what looks like from this timeline, 20 minutes. What, you could hear it? Okay, good.
People watching.
Should I pay $50
that,
to own that program? A lot of the sounds on it suck. Heard it could have been, yeah, because the desktop audio is only at half. Oh, and I bet you my mic was way more overpowering it. I can't hear what the stream output
at that same
is.
point, like I'd write these stories, and my story for Jeremy about
I'll play around with it more. Stick around.
Jeremy Hambley, being banned in
It
Magic,
sounded loud as fuck in my ear because my headphones are turned up super loud.
Column, and
got big after their.
Yeah, I regret it at this point. I always say, like, I made a big mistake. I tried to be in writing and to be writing journalism stories on these topics to, like, be a little more serious, and because I really like the written word of journalism and written word in general. I think it's a valuable thing and something that we're obviously losing because video is really a dumber medium. No offense, people watching, but at that same point, like I'd write these stories, and my story for Jeremy about Jeremy Hambley, being banned in Magic, which kind of actually propelled him to the next level. I wrote that for Milo Yiannopoulos' column, and I did that, and I was just writing for there, and again with Richard C. Meyer, diversity.
People who watch the YouTube channel. There's a playlist at the bottom of the front page where I went, fucked around, and filmed at a Milo Yiannopoulos event. And it was wild. It's pretty entertaining stuff. Very chaotic. And then 5 months later, UC Berkeley happened, and there was fire setting and people getting pepper sprayed by... that's when, like, the Antifa stuff ranked up. I'm just like, I'm never filming at one of these things again. And that was the end of my filming at crazy political events career.
In comics, the YouTuber also not quite as
I don't want to get
course,
punched in the face by a stranger for no reason
because I
or
wrote
pepper
about
sprayed.
him and how he was getting.
You've watched my Milo videos? It was at a big thing. It was a big story. You had great footy. Oh, thank you so much, Oltor, for saying that. My footage was used in other places because I posted that shit up right away. It was so much fun. I wish that, but seriously, like that was a better part of 10 years ago. It's not quite in like 2016 or next year or 2016. I can never remember if it was 2015 or 2016, but whenever it was, it's almost 10 years. And after 5 months after that, all that shit popped off in California, and I'm like, I'm not ever going to one of these again. I wouldn't attend one. I definitely wouldn't film at one because, like, and that's another thing about Vito that I really I've wanted to interview Vito for a while, but his episode on Culturescape answered 80% of the questions. But the number one question I want to ask is, how does he have the balls to walk into these protests? The Pepsi thing was one thing, but when you're walking around selling popcorn and stuff and being filmed and these people are just looking for someone to sucker punch, I'm just like, I'd be so afraid to do that, but it's so fucking funny. And it's so amazing that he done it. I found your channel from AIU. Yeah. So you've been around for a long time, because I haven't been in an AIU video in like 5 years or something, or maybe less than that. And I can't access any of those videos because they're all banned on YouTube. There was a day where I could have downloaded all of them that they accidentally unbanned Devin, and he made videos talking about how he was unbanned, and then they banned him again like 8 hours later. They're like, what the fuck? Like, I think that somebody pulled a string, and then somebody above them was like, no way. Whoa. Did you hear that? Damn it. I wish I turned down the volume before. Because it sounds different on the outside than it does on the inside. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, sounded good. You know what I found is that people who are watching people who are watching the videos, I'm expecting like shrieks, but I get more nice cracks than when I do it in real life. And people are like, if I do that in front of someone in real life, they're like, oh. Oh, nice. You know what I do for my fucking back? Well, I have this thing over here, which I actually don't use that often, even though it's right next to me. It's just I store it under the desk, and for some reason it's pulled out. You see this? I take a sock, and you tie it around two. These are racket balls. So you see how squishy they are? They're more squishy than tennis balls. I also have a racket ball in my car. One racket ball that'll just lay, and I was working on my spine earlier, but yeah, it fits around your spine real good. Like right, like I have it on my mid back right now, and I feel it like, yeah, it hits the spot. When you fuck up your back by falling asleep in a computer chair. I ain't gonna fuck with that right now, though. Slightly larger than a softball. Alright, that's a different thing. Try that too. It wouldn't hurt. Just get 2 racket balls and tie them off in a sock. And also try 2 tennis balls. I also have one of those, but I don't know where. I keep losing them somehow. It's like, where am I putting them? I just go missing for 6 months. I'm just like, I don't know. Then you find them like behind something. Oh, there it is. I want to see the chiropractor, my chiropractor, because she's fixed, I've like paralyzed this arm twice, and she's fixed it twice for me. It's from once I fell asleep on the floor like this, right? I just sleep on the floor. No. I fell asleep on a real like sinking couch with my arm behind my head like this, and it just pinched something, and then I couldn't like close my hand all the way, and I couldn't like I couldn't like do this with my wrist, and even my arm was kind of weird. And it was like that for a week, and I was just like, it's just like I guess I just don't have an arm that works anymore. And she like just twisted my shit around, and when I went and saw her for an appointment, because I was driving with one hand, I couldn't work one of my fucking arms. She just like twisted a few things in my arm, and within 30 minutes I could move my hand again. It's fucking crazy. I did that to myself twice. But my wrist over here is all fuck? Why am I telling you all this shit? It's not interesting. Sorry.
Getting harassed by mainstream comics also.
I watch. Well, my wrist is fucked up. It's great. Yeah, my wrist is fucked up, and I want to go and see if she could fix it because I think I'm giving myself carpal tunnel. I'm like, is it from because I drive for work? Is it because I'm always driving like this? And no, you know what I think it is? I have this Galaxy Note 9 that I've had for 5 years, and I could feel it right when I go in position to hold it, or I'm trying to hold this big ass fucking phone with one hand while working things with my typing and stuff with my thumb, and I have small hands. I have small ass fucking hands. Look how small my hands are. I have the biggest phone in the world, and I can feel it. As soon as I just grip the phone like this, I feel the pain right here. I think maybe I just need a smaller phone. Yeah. Trying to work that phone with one hand. Oh my god. Yeah, so I've given myself carpal tunnel syndrome because of my Galaxy Note 9. Toasty!
Whack.
There we go.
Goddamn, what a bummer.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking thing sucks!
It does. Okay. We're 2 hours and 36 minutes in. I can't call this a pure editing stream because I've been dicking around so much. But we've been hanging out. We've been having a swell time, right? I'm still gonna edit some more. I'm on a roll. God damn. Shouldn't take me that long to figure out how to say that. Now I'm using a, there's ice in this. Oh, fuck. I had another one. Bubbly. It's like that ice drink, but it's just another brand. God damn, it's so hard to get this visible. It's all washed out. It's called Bubbly. Watermelon lime. It didn't really hiss too much when I opened it. I thought it might be flat. I had to get cheap bullshit ice from the 7-Eleven because I forgot to pick up the fancy ice from the grocery store. So it's all just like these malformed little chunks that melt right away. Or it's just a block of formerly semi-melted cubes. It's like, cheap ice sucks. But you know, I also got a whack bag of expensive ice. I was hooked on the lime bubblies for a while. Nice. I'm doing the watermelon lime. And I think it's my second favorite mixer to the lemon lime sparkling ice. We should start like a Facebook group. Dudes that love these girly sparkling waters. Or who knows, maybe it's 2024 and you know, I think that LaCroix and Sundrifts, those are not seen as not masculine. I have some Sundrifts in the fridge too, but I think this stuff mixes better. It doesn't have aspartame or stevia in it. It's got the fucking sucralose, which sucralose is the best artificial sweetener because it's the only one that isn't disgusting. They have that stuff in G Fuel. It's amazing. G Fuel tastes amazing. The only thing I don't like about it is a little strong, but it doesn't taste bad. Any of the ones I've tried, and I've tried at the computer store, Micro Center. They have so many flavors there, and then they started carrying it at Walmart, and I tried those, and they're all like, I haven't had one that I think is gross. Even the ones that should be gross, like the ones that, like, the Pac-Man one was cherry lollipop, and I'm just like, this is gonna be, bleh. And I'm like, it's not that bad. It's pretty good. Tetris flavor is amazing. LaCroix was so rare back in the day, I only had it on airplanes. You know, LaCroix might have started off as more of a Midwest thing. I don't know. But man, sparkling water, I don't know what got into people, but it's just been the craze for shit since like maybe like all of a sudden everyone just got into LaCroix at the same time. It was like I want to say maybe 2015, 2016. I'm trying to pinpoint it because I remember I was drinking. Oh man, I could probably look back at my YouTube channel to when I was drinking LaCroix. Spindrift is better because they actually have like a little pinch of real fruit juice in there. I really liked the grapefruit pamplemousse LaCroix, but the grapefruit Spindrift, much better. Yeah.
And so what I noticed back in 2017, 2018 was I was writing all these stories about people that my stories would go viral, but nobody would look up the person who. At this point, I always say like I made a big mistake. I tried to be in writing and to be writing journalism stories on these topics to like be a little more serious, and because I really like the written word of journalism and written word in general. I think it's a valuable thing and something that we're obviously losing because. Video is really a dumber medium. No offense, people watching, but at that same point, like I'd write these stories, and
I think I should cut to Pete. God damn it.
In word of journalism and written word in general, I think it's a valuable thing and,
Did it
and something that we're
backwards.
obviously losing because video is really a dumber medium. No offense, people watching, but
Pete didn't laugh.
At the same point, like I write these stories, and my story for Jeremy about Jeremy Hambley, being banned in Magic, which kind of actually propelled him to the next level. I wrote that for Milo Yiannopoulos' column.
Oh my God, that's where this whole sidetrack thing started. I probably added 10 more minutes to the stream.
And I was just
from
writing
my
for there.
talking about that shit.
Again, with Richard C. Meyer, Diversity in Comics, the YouTuber also. Not quite as big as the Quartering, of course, but he's got 100,000, 200,000 subs, and he blew up because I wrote about him and how he was getting harassed by mainstream comics also. And so what I noticed back in 2017, 2018 was I was writing all these stories about people that my stories would go viral, but nobody would look up the person who actually broke the story or wrote the story. You just get off into oblivion. They'd all call Richard C. Meyer or Jeremy Hambley to go on their radio show and talk about their experiences based on what I was writing. And so it was like, they just got like a national radio tour because I wrote an article, and yet I'm still here and nobody even knows like that I did this, and nobody would have come out with this or written these articles other than me, because nobody in the conservative media landscape was bothering covering culture except for me at the time. So
that's another. He takes so long to say it, but I could edit it down so it fits in the intro, because
like
it's gonna get people hooked.
I did this, and nobody would have come out with this or written these articles other than me, because nobody in the conservative media landscape was bothering covering.
Where do I start?
I did that, and I was just writing for there, and again.
Oh, I think right here.
Oblivion. They'd all call Richard C. Meyer or Jeremy Hambley to go on their radio show and talk about their experiences based on what I was writing. And so it was like, they just got like a national radio tour because I wrote an article, and yet I'm still here and nobody even knows like that I did this. Point, like I'd write these stories, and my story for Jeremy about Jeremy Hambley, being banned in Magic, which kind of actually propelled him to the next level. I wrote that for Milo Yiannopoulos' column, and I did that, and I was just writing for there, and again with Richard C. Meyer, Diversity in Comics, the YouTuber also. Not quite as big as the Quartering, of course, but he's got 100,000, 200,000 subs, and he blew up because I wrote about him and how he was getting harassed by mainstream comics also. And so what I noticed back in 2017, 2018 was I was writing all these stories about people that my stories would go viral, but nobody would look up the person who actually broke the story or wrote the story. You just get off into oblivion. They'd all call Richard C. Meyer or Jeremy Hambley to go on their radio show and talk about their experiences based on what I was writing. And so it was like, they just got like a national radio tour because I wrote an article.
Okay, let's say 2930. And what do I call this?
And yet I'm still here and nobody even knows like that I did this, and nobody would have come out with this or written these articles other than me, because nobody in the conservative media landscape was bothering covering culture except for me at the time. So
no culture, we'll call it.
So really weird stuff. And so I started really getting serious about YouTube in 2020, and that's where I kind of just like evaluated my time and stuff, and I just grinded things up from then. It was a different time at that point because YouTube isn't the Wild West anymore. There's so many different cultural commentators already, so it's like it took me a while to build things up, but I finally got to a point where it's like I've got a reasonable following. I don't think I'm a big YouTuber yet by any means, but I've got a moderate following, And if I'd only been doing the kind of work on YouTube then that I was now, I think my channel would probably be as big as theirs.
I've had that thought often myself, but then I think, well, I wouldn't know the things I know. I wouldn't have the certain experiences I have that maybe make it work now. But that could be just cope. I could be huffing the copium there. Huffing the copium. Cope. I could be huffing the copium there.
It's
Do you ever notice that I smile when the people on that I'm editing, when they're in a laugh moment, I'm just smiling, and I think it's like I'm sort of like, I'm like, oh, that's funny, but even though I know it 100 times, I see a smile, I instinctively smile too as I'm editing it. I don't know if that's weird.
Cope. I could be huffing the copium there.
It was a mistake. It was a mistake. Landscape sad these days. Is theirs.
I've had that thought often myself, but then I think, well, I wouldn't know the things I know. I wouldn't have the certain experiences I have that maybe make it work now. But that could be just cope. I could be huffing the copium there.
It was a mistake. It definitely was a mistake. I mean, so this is where the media's landscape's at these days.
I am seeing a lot of people. I think.
Is it landscape's at these days?
I am seeing a lot of people. I think everything going on with Google right now, how it's just choking all traffic out for pretty much all news, both big and small. I'm seeing a lot more people try to pivot to video, and a lot of them, some of them can, many of them can't. And you know, I think video is fantastic, but I also think there's a place for the written word. Part of me feels like, though, and maybe this is just not me being very charitable, part of me feels like, though, especially for conservative media, they kind of earned a lot of this on their heads for their lack of interest in culture, for not building up. You know, conservative media is unfortunately a place that doesn't really reward a lot of good effort and work. If you want to make it in these places, you often have, you know, it's like what people say, the left, you often have to go to the right schools, you know, the right people, you know, how to play the game. And while there is value in that, it just kind of, it didn't really lead to having them, you know, a wide nest or a strong wall of protection when all this is coming their way. And I like news media in general, and I liked working in mainstream or conservative news, but I mean, it's an interesting place. I mean, you are still writing for conservative news media right now. What do you think of that experience? What do you think of those experiences? And how do you think that's all going to go?
Because I firmly want to stay in culture, and that's what I care about. So I want to talk about science fiction and comics and things like that. But I also know that, like, every time I write a piece like that for PJ Media, like, if I would have just written whatever, you know, comments about somebody said about Trump that day instead, I would have 10 to 100 times the clicks. And in an environment where you do get paid kind of by the click, it's tough. And I've resisted it pretty well because, like, again, I just don't want to migrate into that space. But that's where it's at for that kind of media. And until we can get, I guess, our people paying attention past that, you know, we are going to be fighting an uphill battle, not just like in the culture, which is where it's tough, but in politics too, because, like, the culture propaganda apparatuses really do influence politics on a level that, like, it's not like, I always like laugh at the undecided voters or whatever. These people are already decided, and they're decided because they're programmed by all the things they watch over and over again. And so if you can't compete in that space, you're going to have a hard time going forward. And I really think we're reaching that point as a society where it is getting pretty one-sided.
True.
It is getting pretty one-sided.
Think of those experiences, and do you how do you
it's
think that's all
frustrating
going to go?
because I firmly want to
those experiences, and do you
it's,
how do you
it's
think that's all?
frustrating.
Still writing for conservative news media right now. What do you think of that experience? What do you think of those experiences? And do you how do you
it's
think that's all?
frustrating because I firmly want to stay in culture, and that's what I care about.
What do you think of that experience? What do you think of those experiences? And do you how do you
it's
think that's all?
frustrating because I firmly want to stay in culture, and that's what I care
Look
about.
at that works. Even though I cut out some of what he said,
Those
it's
experiences. And do you how do you
it's
think that's all?
frustrating because I firmly want to stay in culture, and that's what I care about. So I want to talk about science fiction and
sounds natural.
I mean, you are
Looks
still writing
natural.
for conservative news media right now. What do you think of that experience? What do you think of those experiences? And do you how do you
it's
think that's all?
frustrating because I firmly want to stay in culture, and that's what I care about. So I want to talk about science fiction and comics and things like that. But I also know that, like, every time I write a piece like that for PJ Media, like, if I would have just written whatever, comments about somebody said about Trump that day instead, I would have 10 to 100 times the clicks. And in an environment where you do get paid kind of by the click, it's tough. And I've resisted it pretty well because, like, again, I just don't want to migrate into that space. But that's where it's at for that kind of media. And until we can get, I guess, our people paying attention past that, we are going to be fighting an uphill battle, not just like in the culture, which is where it's tough, but in politics too, because, like, the culture propaganda apparatuses really do influence politics on a level that, like, it's not like, I always like laugh at the undecided voters or whatever. These people are already decided, and they're decided because they're programmed by all the things they watch over and over again, and not just like in the culture, which is where it's tough, but in politics too, because, like, the culture propaganda apparatuses really do influence politics on a level that, like, it's not like, I always like laugh at the undecided voters. I always like laugh at the undecided voters. I always like laugh at the undecided voters or whatever. These people are already decided, and they're decided because they're
3309 programmed. Programmed is the name of that clip for the intro. Okay, check this out. Oh, wait. I'll turn off my mic, too. Testing. 1, 2. Oh, I could turn off my mic and then... Bird gang hours? Do birds swarm your house at this time of day? Why are birds fucking with you at this time of day? Wait, I don't need to talk like a robot. That's what the filter is for. Is it too loud? Sounds loud in my ear. Why did they shouldn't put the music with it. They should just make it a robot voice. The music's gay. I don't like the music. What's this? Ah, more music with this shit. I don't like that. I don't want it. Get the music off my shit. Just let me have a funny voice, motherfucker. Ooh, stop fucking with me with this background music. At least make that shit motherfucking optional. Fuck you. What program is this? Fuck. God damn it, I can't see what the motherfucking program be. Voice mod V3, I see your logo on my computer screen. Talking shit about you now. $50 ain't worth this shit, motherfucker. Fuck out of here. You say that's an on sale price, that's $50 of my money. Fuck out of here. Motherfuckers ain't getting my $50. Voice Mod version 3. Suck on these. You motherfuckers ain't getting my fucking $50. Maybe I should pay $50 for this shit. It sounded funny in my ears. You motherfuckers ain't getting my motherfucking $50. I think the sale's over anyway. Yeah, the sale's done. They're not offering it no more. I should have bought it when I had a chance. Should have motherfucking bought it when I had a chance. Should have motherfucking bought it when I had a chance. Fuck. I hated this app, but now I think it's amazing. The funniest thing I've ever done on the channel, and it's 12 years old. Alright, no more of that ever again. Back to work. How long have I been streaming? 3 hours?
True. Clicks can be deceptive. I mean, you are still writing for conservative news media right now. What do you think of that experience? What do you think of those experiences? And how do you think
it's frustrating because I firmly want to stay in culture, and that's what I care about. So I want to talk about science fiction.
I thought when I was first listening to it, he was saying that I only want to keep the conversation of culture.
Every time I write a piece like that for PJ Media, like if I would have just written whatever comments about somebody said about Trump that day instead, I would have 10 to 100 times the clicks. And in an environment where you do get paid kind of by the click, it's tough. And I've resisted it pretty well because, like, again, I just don't want to migrate into that space. But that's where it's at for that kind of media. And until we can get, I guess, our people paying attention past that, we are going to be fighting an uphill battle, not just like in the culture, which is where it's tough, but in politics too, because like the culture propaganda apparatuses really do influence politics on a level that, like, it's not like
I've already listened.
I always like laugh at the undecided voters or whatever. These people
this is what I just made a note about,
because they're programmed by all the things they watch over and over again, and so
I'm definitely fading people, and I should, because I should go to sleep soon.
It is getting pretty one-sided.
True. Clicks can be deceptive. Clicks are great, but sometimes you have to be smarter than the algorithms, and sometimes you do have to cover more boring stuff to a more niche
I'm just
audience.
in the zone right now, so you don't want to turn away in the zone.
Understands that, especially conservative media. I'm not sure that's going to change anytime soon. All right, well, we'll move on from that. I know that's not everyone's favorite topic, just mine. Let's talk about comic books and Heather Antos and
Pete warned me in the notes. He's like, I don't know if this part went well. That went great. He
terrible. Oh,
he did a good answer. This has been a great interview so far.
I do understand, but I don't understand why.
I've been cutting my hair. You're cutting your own hair right now.
In the world, they put her in charge of IDW. Terrible, awful.
Oh yeah. You can cut your own hair? I don't even understand. I have my former guest on the channel. She hasn't been on in like 4 years. Polly Pocket, ex-girlfriend, but still current hairstylist. I don't understand how she cuts my hair. I watch in the mirror and I'm like, I don't understand the logic that goes into it. If I had to cut my own hair, if I had to cut anybody's hair, I would fuck it up. I don't have that skill. I don't understand how the head works, and it's a good hairstylist. A shitty hairstylist, fuck them. But a good hairstylist is something that you hold on to. Oh yes, Ultor, if you're from around, yeah. Maybe we can get her back on the
Star
channel.
Trek comics, which I of course know JD loves.
I'll see if I can get her back on the channel.
I of course know JDA loves. He collects.
I'm the only.
What the fuck?
Which I of course know JDA loves. He collects.
I'm the only person who.
Which I of course know JDA loves. He collects.
I'm the only person who reads them. So I really am.
Understand why.
The fuck am I walking into here?
Don't understand why in the world they put her in charge of IDW. Terrible. Stands that.
Oh, I should, yeah.
Clicks can be deceptive. Clicks are great, but sometimes you have to be smarter than the algorithms, and sometimes you do have to cover more boring stuff to a more niche audience. I mean, there is value in that, but
I haven't had any babes on the channel in years now, and back when I had only 600 subs and I had babes on the channel all the time, like 300 views a video. Which isn't a lot, but it's much better than the 4 I'm gonna get on this, or the fucking 13 I get on like 50. Like 50 views is good for me nowadays, and I have literally like just about double the subscribers that I did 5 years ago. Double the subscribers, 1/17 the views. It's so depressing. Been doing this since like 2013. I've been doing this channel, and things are only getting more exciting than they were back then. Nobody gives a fuck.
Media always understands that, especially conservative media. I'm not sure that's going to change anytime soon. All right, well, we'll move on from that. I know that's not everyone's favorite topic, just mine. Let's talk about comic books and Heather Antos and terrible. Oh, I do understand, but I don't understand why in the world.
Not saying that these streams are exciting by any means. These are just if somebody wants to pop in and say hey, or somebody wants to watch these later to pick up basic editing techniques. They're here. But I don't know. I'm actually making cool stuff nowadays. And a lot of it's for other channels, but none of that translates to anyone keeping eyes over here.
Terrible, awful, garbage Star Trek comics, which I of course know JDA loves. He collects them.
I'm the only.
Why in the world they put her in charge of IDW? Terrible, awful, garbage Star Trek comics, which I of course know JDA loves. He collects them.
Alright, this is going to be a tricky edit that is very technical.
Which I of course know JDA loves. He of course know JDA. Of course know. Which I of course know. JD. Star Trek comics, which I of course know JDA loves. He collects them.
I'm the only. It's not a dude, it's a she.
You know, as a couple, I don't know what to call that either. No, I don't know what to call that either.
I don't know, right? It's not a dude, it's a she. You know,
which I of course know JDA loves. He collects them.
I'm the only person who reads them, so I really am sure. I was actually looking at videos for tomorrow, and I'm actually thinking about going through.
I don't know what to call that either.
I don't know, right? And so it's like that's all it is. And it's like who, you know, what are we
That either. No, I don't know what to call that either.
I don't right. By like complaining about harassment, you kind of have to hire her. There's massive problems coming for IDW down the pipeline. I have some info. It's a wild environment. And I don't have a better product, and then people would like it better.
I do understand, but I don't understand.
Also, Tank Girl, I used to have her on the channel when we do that unboxing show. She's never available either. Anyone anywhere close to my age is busy. Everyone's so busy. It's so hard to meet up to do anything.
Understand why in the world they put her in charge of IDW. Oh, I do understand, but I don't understand why in the world they put her in charge of IDW. Terrible, awful, garbage Star Trek comics, which I of course know JDA loves. He collects them.
I'm the only person who reads them, so I really am sure. I was actually looking at videos for tomorrow, and I'm actually thinking.
Which I of course know JDA loves. He collects them.
I'm the only person who reads them.
I of course know.
I'm the only person.
Garbage Star Trek comics, which I of course know JDA loves. He collects
I'm
them.
the only person who reads them, so I really am sure. I was just
terrible, awful, garbage Star Trek comics, which I of course know.
And this is what I'm going to do here.
which I of course
What the
know.
fuck?
I'm the only person.
What did I do?
Star Trek comics, which I of course know.
I'm the only person who reads them, so I really am.
Perfect.
Understand why in the world they put her in charge of IDW. Terrible, awful, garbage Star Trek comics, which I of course know.
I'm the only person who reads them, so I really am sure. I was actually looking at videos for tomorrow, and I'm actually thinking about going through because she's
terrible, awful, garbage Star Trek comics, which I of course know.
I'm the only person who reads them, so I really am sure. I was actually looking at videos for tomorrow, and I'm actually thinking about going through because she's retweeting all these people talking about her new book, which is called Star Trek Celebrations right here, which I'm, again, the only person who probably has a copy for real. And it's an
That's going in.
I was actually looking at videos for tomorrow, and I'm actually thinking about going through because she's retweeting all these people talking about her new book, which is called Star Trek. Because she's
I don't know if I should put this in. I'm gonna call this Gay Trek because I heard this celebration issue of Star Trek was just abysmal.
Through because she's retweeting all these people talking about her new book, which is called Star Trek Celebrations right here, which I'm, again, the only person who probably has a copy for real. Talking about her new book, which is called Star Trek Celebrations. And all these people talking about her new book, which is called Star Trek Celebrations right here, which I'm, again, the only person who probably has a copy for real. And it's an
I have to work in. I'm the only person I
an
had a
anthology
copy.
about gay stuff, and so it's just slice of life people. It's literally like two lesbians going to a.
All right, this is stuff that might not be. If he goes hard, it might not be appropriate for our show.
High school reunion, and then two lesbians going to a pleasure planet on a date. And then I don't know what to call them. So like you have Nurse Chapel, who's a lesbian with a trans black dude, but it's not a dude, it's a she.
As a couple, I don't know what to call that either. No, I don't know what to call that either.
I don't know, right? And so it's like that's all it is. And it's like what are we exploring strange new worlds? I mean, I guess they're exploring Uranus.
I think that Pete doesn't want to. Yeah, well, I don't think that Pete doesn't want anything bad on the episodes that would jeopardize the channel. But we go as far as like bleeping out swears and stuff. I think this channel is pretty squeaky clean. Nobody said anything crazy on. This is the 40th episode of Culturescape that I'm doing. This is the 40th one. There's 39 up on the channel. This will be number 40. And there's nothing offensive. There's nothing.
Yeah. And that's all. The art's bad.
I don't know what to call that either.
I don't know, right? And so it's like that's all it is. And it's like what are we exploring strange new worlds? I mean, I guess they're exploring Uranus.
Hold on. All right, I have to add in Pete being like shaking his head.
Uranus.
As a couple, I don't know what to call that either. No, I don't know what to call that either.
I don't know, right? And so it's like that's all it is. And it's like
I don't know what to call that either.
I don't know, right? And
I don't know what to call that either.
I don't know. So like you have Nurse Chapel, who's a lesbian with a trans black dude, but it's not a dude, it's a she.
As a couple, I don't know what to call that either. No, I don't know what to call that either.
I don't know, right? And so it's like that's all it is. And it's like what are we exploring strange new worlds? I mean, I guess they're exploring Uranus. Uranus. And that's all the art's bad, the dialogue's bad. It's just like it's literally just there just to have those moments public. And it's like, what the heck is happening here? And so there, obviously, like what happens is it's again the cloud structure. I really think happens because she got her job with Star Trek after coming out of Valiant Comics, and Valiant Comics laid everybody off and was failing. And it's like she just had her cloud, so she got in here because, like, you know, who cares, you know. And she got that from being like an intern at Marvel before that, and got her cloud just by like complaining about harassment on the internet. And so at this point, you kind of have to hire her in order to like look good to your the I don't know who, but some people, I guess. And then she causes problems, and there's massive problems coming for IDW down the pipeline. I have some information I'm going to be dropping probably.
Oh my gosh, this is probably recorded before this guy on screen, JDA. He dropped the info that IDW has lost their Star Trek license, and some Star Trek news sites blocked him when he dropped that information. So everyone's celebrating the IDW Star Trek Pride Celebration comic, which is all reviews I've seen have said it was just like especially bad. And now they're getting the contract pulled. Then this is probably recorded right before that, because that was a few weeks ago. Wild. Crazy.
Information I'm going to be. And there's massive problems coming for IDW down the pipeline. I have some information I'm going to be dropping probably in the next couple days via my Substack and on YouTube also. That's
Now I have to include clips of him revealing that IDW lost their shit. All right, hold on. Don't go anywhere. Everything's fine. I'm still here. We don't need this. Need something more, Which one is it? Oh, I know it is.
Hi, this is Tim at the bakery.
I'm wasting so much time. There we go. I need for just chill. Everything's fine.
Hi, this is Tim at the bakery. The cookies that you ordered should be delivered by now. The list of ingredients are included. Make sure that you read them carefully.
Hello, it's Mark from my drop-off. Looks like you missed your delivery last night. Please drop it off at Southwest 107th Place. Our clients will not tolerate further delays.
This is Thomas from the Methadone Clinic. We've scheduled a short meeting for you tonight. We're at Northwest 184th Street, Apartment 105. And, don't worry. Your discretion is of importance to our clients.
Good evening. This is Blake speaking. We have a job for you. There's a power outage over on 24th Northeast Street. We want you to take care of it. We already sent someone over a while ago, but it seems he didn't do a very good job. Head over there right away. They're expecting you. Keep it quick and clean.
Hi, it's Ben from Miami Funeral Parlor. I'm just calling to tell you we have the two store done, ready to be delivered. With a little luck, you should be getting it before the weekend.
Sorry, I had to make it nice. Sorry for the extended break. I've been doing this for 3.5 hours and I've lost half my viewers by doing this. I had 4 and now I'm down to 1. Besides me. I guess it only took as long as that song did. Since I'm gonna pass out as soon as I can't edit this anymore. Oh, fuck. Ooh, burn 1 too. God fucking damn it, why is this being such a problem right now?
Hi, this is Tim at the bakery. The cookies that you ordered should be delivered by now. The list of ingredients are included. Make sure sure that you read them carefully.
Hello, it's Mark from Miami Drop-Off. Looks like you missed your delivery last night. Please drop it up at Southwest 107th Place. Our clients will not tolerate further delays.
This is Thomas from the Methadone Clinic. We've scheduled a short meeting for you tonight. We're at Northwest 184th Street, Apartment 105. And, don't worry. Your discretion is of importance to our clients.
I have this shit all over my fingers now.
Blake speaking. We have a job for you. There's a power outage over on 20th Street. We want you to take care of it.
This needs to be soaked in alcohol.
But it seems he didn't do a very good job. Get over there right away. They're expecting
Lightsaber time.
Hi, it's Ben from Miami Funeral Parlor.
Okay, well thanks for hanging out, dude. Yeah, you too. Seriously, thanks for hanging out. You've been with me for most of the freaking like practically 4 hours I've been here. Yes. Cheers. I'm probably just gonna edit for 20 more minutes and pass out, so you were here for the good stuff. The good stuff. Thanks for hanging out with me, man. Have a great night. Cheers. Or morning. I need to put more butane in this. I didn't know it. I didn't even know I could hold my breath for that long. I think these are the hits that are gonna put me down for the night. Damn, it's still fucking going too. Yeah, I'm toast. I am toast. I don't even know if I'll make it to my bed. Fuck me, man. Still. I overheated the fucking banger. Kind of burnt my throat a little bit. Anyway, back to editing.
Probably in the next couple days via my Substack and on YouTube also. That's pretty crazy, but it's a wild environment. And
I think I should mark this.
and it's like she just had her cloud, so she got in here because like and she got that from being like an intern at Marvel before that, and got her clout just by like complaining about harassment on the internet. And so at this point, you kind of have to hire her in order to like look good to the I don't know who, but some people I guess. And then she causes problems, and there's massive problems coming for IDW down the pipeline. I have some information on, and there's massive.
3605 massive IDW. Oh! Is there anyone here anymore? Is there anyone left on the planet but I? I don't know how loud I'm yelling. I mean, the sun is well up. 6:30 in the morning. You shouldn't be yelling.
I don't understand it because it's pretty obvious if you just get rid of her and her people and just bring in professional writers who know what they're doing, we'd have a better product and then people would like it better. Yeah, I don't know. It's baffling. It really is. Because IDW, I mean, they do have some IP that are beloved, but I mean, they don't have anything like DC and Marvel. So DC and Marvel, they may be able to coast a bit more. IDW does not have that wiggle room yet. No, they've been laying off a bunch. They delisted themselves. Wiggle room yet.
Do you think that... Damn. There's nobody here. But look at the difference in... I guess they aren't that different. I'm probably just fucking... Just smoked a big old dab. I was thinking about if you could identify people by their sound waves. That's what I was about to say. I was going to introduce that concept to the chat, but there's no chat. It's okay. It's amazing that I had 4 viewers at a time tonight. Talking to people who watch this in syndication because I don't delete anything. Whoever has watched this stream. No, never mind. I'm going to private that one. I'm going to private this stream. I don't know if there's actually any people watching because restream chat is always wrong. It's always fucking wrong.
for a while they were trying to grab like all the like older.
The overlap.
His original vision of like what happens to the turtles later as kind of like their like the end story, and it did very well. And I think they also have like maybe My Little Pony or something, but you know that's something that's
For a while they were trying to grab like all the like older millennial brands like. For a while they were trying to grab like.
God damn it.
But you know that's something that's
For a while they.
Pony or something, but you know that's something that's
For a while they were trying to grab like all the like older millennial brands like all what was
maybe My Little Pony or something, but you know that's something that's
for a while they were trying to. For a while they were trying to grab.
That's something that's
For a while. For a while.
Yeah, we're gonna cut this off. But I didn't even think of that. God, see, this is why I'm definitely too tired. Approaching 4 hours of the stream at 6:30 in the morning. Jesus, this is the latest I've stayed up in like a week. But I've been better at falling asleep early, so I'm gonna have to wrap up soon. Let's see how I feel in 11 minutes. At 4 o'clock, that'll be 4 hours on. Not saying it's a lot of work, but I've been up for a long time. Or it is a lot of work. Absolutely is a lot of work. That's why it's taken. I'm gonna subtract 49 minutes. Let's just say it's 3 hours flat because I took multiple breaks. And it did a lot of conversation.
For a while they were trying to grab like all the like older millennial brands like all what was brands like all older millennial brands like all what was hip so.
I think this is funny.
And I think they also have like maybe My Little Pony or something, but you know that's something that doesn't really move the needle.
For a while they were trying to grab like all the like older millennial brands like all what was hip so.
Did I knock the sound out of place? Oh. Grab. Oh no.
Grab like all the older millennial brands, like all what was older.
Oh, it's off. Or is it? Alright, so I hear M sound right here. It's off by so little that
Millennial brands, like all what was hip. So we'll grab Transformers, we'll grab G.I. Joe, we'll grab.
it's probably fine. This is how much. I still gotta dig around in. I'm like 1/3 through. Maybe a little over 1/3 through. Choppa, 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 cha. Excuse me. Dun, 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 dun.
I just got screamed at by Freddy Krueger.
No.
So we'll grab Transformers, grab G.I. Joe. Like maybe My Little Pony or something, but you know that's something that doesn't really move the needle. Yeah, for a while they were trying to grab like all the older millennial brands, like all what was hip. So we'll grab Transformers, we'll grab G.I. Joe, we'll grab TMNT they already had, obviously. I think Mega Man was on the plate at one point, all kinds of things. Last Rolling, by the way, is an excellent comic book. Great book. Yeah, totally. Other answer. Great book. Yeah, totally. Other answers had nothing. Great book. Yeah, totally. Other answers. Had nothing to do with that.
Ooh. I'm like Zorro all up in this. Let's see how this looks. See how this sequence looks.
Yeah, for a while they were trying to grab like all the older millennial brands, like all what was hip. So we'll grab Transformers, we'll grab G.I. Joe, we'll grab TMNT they already had, obviously. I think Mega Man was on the plate at one point, all kinds of things. Last Rolling, by the way, is an excellent comic book. Great book. Yeah, totally. Other answers had nothing to do with that. Yeah, from my understanding, the Sonic thing, that's kind of the almost.
That was a blind cut. Let's adjust it. It still is pretty.
Great book. Rolling, by the way, is an excellent comic book. Great book. Yeah,
They're talking about Ninja Turtles. I'm sure that Great Ronin book's good. I'm actually I'll if I ever get back into reading comics, I will read that one for sure.
Yeah, for a while they were trying to grab like all the older millennial brands, like all what was hip. So we'll grab Transformers, we'll grab G.I. Joe, we'll grab TMNT they already had, obviously. I think Mega Man was on the plate at one point, all kinds of things. Last Rolling, by the way, is an excellent comic book. Great book. Yeah, totally. Other answers had nothing to do with that. Yeah, from my understanding, the Sonic thing, that's kind of almost its own separate. Is an excellent comic book. Great book. Yeah, totally. Other answers had nothing to do with that. Yeah, from my understanding, the Sonic thing, that's kind of almost.
That's pretty good. No, wait, there's no one here. Fuck. I'm staying on live.
Is an excellent comic book. Great book. Yeah, totally. Other answers had nothing to do with that. Yeah, from my understanding, the Sonic thing, that's kind of. Last Rolling, by the way, is an excellent comic book. Great book. Yeah, totally. Other answers had nothing to do with that. Yeah, from my understanding, the Sonic thing, that's kind of almost its own separate universe too. Because the guy that was kind of allowed to write the Sonic comics is like he has some kind of relation to the original show. He's like a super fan, and considering Sega's past relationship with Archie, I think I need every like boys have Sega look in their eyes down at them. I don't know. They're so. The Star Trek comics are so bad, and they are in so many ways. I don't like to use this term, but social justice war. Do with that. Yeah, my understanding. Last Rolling, by the way, is an excellent comic book. Great book. Yeah, totally. Other answers had nothing to do with that. Yeah, from my understanding, the Sonic thing, that's kind of almost its own separate universe too. Because the guy that was kind of allowed to write the Sonic comics is
he has some kind of relation to the original show, and he's like a super fan. And considering Sega's past relationship with Archie, I think IDW is like, always has Sega look in their eyes down at them. So I don't know. They're so. The Star Trek comics are so bad, and they are in so many ways. I don't like to use this term, but social justice warrior. Like it's like TM to the nth degree. It's beyond ridiculous. Like you ask someone, so what happened to the comic books? Like why all of a sudden people not want to read comics? It's that. It's like it doesn't make it look put aside like obviously the LGBT stuff. It's like this is boring. No one wants to watch a story about the people DS9 going to prom. No one wants that. Why would I buy that? I could read that. I could read that through fan fiction anywhere. And the Star Trek audience, it's like Vic Mignogna, who was on recently. Guy in his mid to late 50s. Many of the Star Trek fans are guys in their 50s, 60s, 70s. These are not the kind of people that you market the gay prom book to. It makes zero sense. Okay, I'm done.
Correct. They did not collide.
Okay, I'm done.
That's funny. It's just, oh yeah, he's talking the whole time. What am I, oh shit, what am I doing? Oh yeah, that's all. Oh, well. Oh yeah, moving along.
Okay, I'm done. It makes zero sense. Okay, I'm done. Correct. And it's really funny. Vic incidentally, his Star Trek continues.
They got the guys there.
Was something that actually did better than the properties before, and so.
Oh, there's a dog. Just move past that.
My apologies. Okay. Okay. Oh, you're fine. I was doing a little research. I was watching videos of.
Okay, it's 4:06 in the stream. I think that's good. That's good for tonight. Yeah, I'm exhausted. I'm gonna go to sleep. Thanks for watching. I'll probably be back tomorrow night doing more of this. Until then, Stay metal. Hail Satan. Good night.